Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket track last, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say just that star-spangled banner, yeah, wave for the land of the brave, and the home of the brave. Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight to rename the name of the brave. We are the U.S. of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. Land of the brave, the U.S. of A. Oh, say just that star-spangled banner, yeah, wave for the land of the brave, and the
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river, never Went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore or sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells, and you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come snooping around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies, a rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Round here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore or sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Hey, good morning, everybody. So it's Monday. So before I go down the list and tell everybody good morning, I do want to offer out some prayers and some thoughts for Michigan Outpost New 31 and his daughter. Heart surgery on June 20th. Them kids have been through the ringer. They need to get over this little hurdle. So if you can throw out some thoughts and prayers for Michigan Outpost, that would be more than welcome. So good morning, Huckleberry, Kiss Off, Scat Pet, Best Life, Blue Butterfly, Miss Teresa, Mrs. Meadow, I'm scrolling, Share Bear, Dusty Country Roads, Eric. See, now I start getting all the names mixed up. Hillbilly, Corn Pop. What's up? But was it? I think the rescue should start doing Joey Diaz style. Oh boy, have I got a PSA for you. You know, just when you think you've seen stupid, people have a way of just coming out and surprising you, going, "Yeah, you bet you ain't seen this one." Let's see. Did I miss anybody? I don't think I missed anybody. Did I miss anybody? Michigan morning, which I didn't say morning to Michigan, but hey, Camo Coral, Wolverines, G-Mon Nana, Moonchild, morning. So, okay. So here's a PSA for you. And so for anybody that listens to this in the future, because somehow I feel this overwhelming desire to remind people of this. But so if you think you like got bit by a venomous snake, you don't get on Facebook and ask, "Gee, I think I got bit by a water moccasin. What should I do?" That's not the appropriate answer. Okay. I think society at one point thought they had simplified this easy enough to all you had to do was 911, but apparently that was even forgotten. So yeah. So saw this lady who lives back during all this flood, and OMG, she gets on Facebook and she literally goes, "Oh, I think I was bitten by a water moccasin. What should I do?" And it's like, well, first off, I wouldn't sit around waiting a few hours on a reply on Facebook because your ass might not be around to read it. But hey, so, just throwing this out there for anybody that might need these reminders. So if you cut off limbs with saws, or, if you get bit by venomous things, or, I don't know, some animal comes along and rips your leg off or your arm off, you probably just want to go with emergency services right out the gate, kind of like a 911 thing, scream real loud. But I'm not thinking Facebook is the way. So call me old fashioned, call me, just old school kind of way. But yeah, I'm just not seeing where Facebook is the place to go. Anyway, just a friendly reminder. Just when you think you're seeing stupid enough, somebody comes out of nowhere and surprise. Hey, what's up, Michigan? No, you got it, bro. Yeah, we're still afloat. Biggest concern now is on if they condemn that bridge, because then that'll take a little while to repair it. But that, and here's the, watching kind of what's going on. I'm hoping that people don't get so panicky that they want to give over freedoms, give over lordship or ownership or whatever, just overseeing. And by, get the county, because man, I tell you what, there's quite a few of these city people that moved up here, and son, after this, they're all about FEMA, 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 FEMA. And it's like, hey, you know what, FEMA, you can just keep on driving down the road, homie. What's up, Anthony? Morning. Yeah, this is, man. Oh, and then I got the funniest little post. No way I'd post that on Facebook. My real friends are all on YouTube. Right. Get a video of the snake dangling from you going, I think this is the water moccasin. What do y'all think? And then just wait for a reply. Yeah, it is. Oh, I think I ought to try to get it off now. I'm just, plus I want to say that the post was made like at 11 o'clock at night. So I'm like, so you're not from up from around here. What are you doing out in a flooded area around your house by the river at 11 o'clock at night? And then you apparently don't even know what snakes are what. So why would you do this? But then again, when you get on Facebook and go, oh no, I think I was bit by a water moccasin. What should I do? That pretty much, that statement explains so much. And it kind of knocked out all the other questions out the picture. Because then all of a sudden it was like, oh, well, with that question, it all made sense. It all made sense. It's like the little dominoes with tick, 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 tick. It's like, oh, yeah. That's it. Some Marvin Monday. Anyway, I spent the weekend with my grandson, and that was cool because that little dude is like everything. Oh, Lord have mercy. Don't want to do that. Yeah. There's my little dude. That's my little man. This is, look, he was eyeballing me. I was pointing the camera at him and he was eyeballing me. I don't know. Everybody can get lost in all the bullshit. To me, I don't know. I look at that and I'll fight whatever for that. So that's my buddy. What are we growing today? Well, I'm not sure, but I'm gonna try to do some seedling type things. I'm trying to set up a deal where I'm gonna try to just, I don't know what I'm gonna do with them if they sprout, but hey, I'll figure that out when I get there. Yeah, he probably would love the cow. He's probably going to trip out. I can't believe that, but that's okay. P-38 space modulator. I know, isn't it kind of funny how they named that P-38? Because you know what a P-38 is, right? Do you know what a P-38 is, Scat Pack? And not the space modulator. But it just goes to show you, it was even the cartoons were telling you. P-38. See? No, hillbilly. I'm going to try to do some of these cucumber, tomato. Let's see, whatever. Some got watermelon seeds and cakes. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Anyway, it's little bitty seeds. Ooh. Oh, damn, it won't even show. They're so little they lay down there in the bottom. Hey, maybe I can show. There you go. I don't know. I'm just going to try to grow something green. Need something. I will say one thing. I'm so glad I got chickens, buddy. I ain't about this lab-grown chicken shit. Buddy, it's like, what? Who even want to think about that shit? Cell-grown chicken meat. Anybody want to see that? Can you imagine you start with the cell of a chicken and somehow this little cell in a petri dish all of a sudden becomes like some chicken breast? It's like, Teresa says, hillbilly, we need a donkey video. Everybody needs a daily dose of a jackass, unless you're married. Then you already got it. Oh, did Nunya come in? Hey, Nunya, would you email me again, sir? Because, see, this is how God reaches up and reminds me sometimes that not to just shoot my mouth off. But so I told you that I would email you, and I swear I go through and I start going, and I can't find your damn email. And I'm sitting here going, and I told that man I was going to email him, and now I can't even find the damn email. So do you mind emailing me again, sir? Hey, deplorable. Morning. Canadian. My northern brother from another mother. What's up, buddy? And by the way, morning, Nunya. Blackbird, morning. 'Tis morning, all you wonderful cluckers. Man, and I don't know. Talk about some trippy, weird shit. So that little short that I did for y'all to show y'all the bridge, son, I'm going to tell you now. That thing done blew up or something. I don't know. But that tripped me out. Let's see. Let me go look at that again. Yeah. So that little short video has 5,500 views. And I was just like, what? And it was just so weird. No. 5,500 views. Oh, and then somebody posted saying something. I'm thinking that maybe it's a broken English or something, because the comment was I deserved it. And I'm like, well, I'm not quite sure that I deserved flooding and no power, but okay, we can, whatever. Morning, cover. Hope things are well across the pond. Right, Scat Pack? Yeah. I think people are so miserable in life that they enjoy seeing damage and destruction and the tearing down of things, because it just kind of like an internal kind of moment. What's up, Mayhem? Morning, sir. Where are you bees located this morning, Mayhem? Grumpy, what's up, brother? Hey man, your little walk videos. I'm digging the walk videos. Right, Carl. Huckleberry. There you are. Man, I had something I needed to forward you something. Monty wanted me to forward something to you. I think it's off of Facebook though, so I don't, I don't have that out. No way, no. Easiest content to create right now. Well, it's real, Grumpy. It's just real is what it feels like. I'm not, don't get me wrong, gosh, man. See, I say things and then people, I'm not saying you are, but people hear that. But it's just, I can appreciate the show aspect, hell, I'm sitting on my ass sitting here talking to y'all. So then it would probably be more pleasurable if I was like out in my chair and I'm just going down the road and you got the cool sunshine. But to me, it was just pretty cool. It's, especially with the rucksack, dude. I don't know. I was feeling motivated, dude. I was almost wanting to throw on a rucksack going, man, I can hit that 5-mile hit. I can do it. Don't know why I thought that. But there's just something about that rucksack, man, and seeing that shit on your back. And I'm like, ooh. Hey, Kush. How are you, sir? Love, grace, peace, joy, in Jesus' name. Amen. Oh, okay. You're just now heading out. There you go. How's the chickens doing? Doing pretty good. These two right here are fixing to be making their way outside, introduced to the other 5. And then I'm hoping to end up free ranging all of them to see if then they can get along. I think later today, and I wasn't sure if I was going to stream or not, so y'all can just stand by and see how that goes. But I might stream it. I'm going to try to, if it's dry enough and I can get my chair over there, I might try to start hooking up a run and then building their little contained area for them, because the chicken tractor thing is cool, but that's just not, they just need the free range. And then they can all just chill. Anyway, that's where we're at. I've been sorry I've been out of touch with so many people. It's just with everything like this, it's, did you get the painting done? Get the painting done? What painting? Talking about the painting of the coop? Well, no, it never really did get finished. I mean, there was some white trim it needed to have, and that's going to be their coop, so it's not like I'm getting rid of it. But I'm just going to let them, instead of being contained in the tractor, I think I might even just open the door. Matt, what's up? Morning, sir. Morning. Have to hunt eggs. Well, no, they should go back up. Although I say these, I don't know. These 5 are so different than the other 3. It's so weird. It's like these 5, sometimes they just go up and hang out in the coop during the day. They don't even, they're like, eh. The other ones, oh no, they all stayed outside. So it's weird. Some of them, at nights, they're sleeping on the floor of the coop. They don't get on the roost bar. The other ones got to get up on the roost. It's just weird. But that's cool because they're my chickens. So I don't care. They can be weird. It's acceptable here. Oh, man. Yeah, anyway, I just kind of was out of touch. Been trying to get some things straightened up, and it's just been a pain in the ass because can't hardly get out and do shit without being in the damn mud. But between yesterday and today's supposed to be a nice, beautiful day. So far, it's looking all right. Let's see, what are we at? We are at 72 degrees with a high of 91 today. River flood warning is in effect. Brown chicken, brown cow. Chicken. Yeah, I don't know. Grumpy, you got time or you already off to work? And once again, if anybody would like to come up, all you got to do is you got to let me know. You got my number, send me a text. You got an email, send me an email. I just sit and I throw them out, and then I feel like sometimes I'm bugging people, and I don't want people to feel like you got to get up here if you don't want to. So that's why I just leave it to the people that wanted to come up. And then there's people like Corn Pop, and I just ignore Corn Pop and don't actually see his email until after the show's over. Hoorah. Roger that, Grumpy. I shall get that. Well, dang. Just let me go. I'll have to pull it out of the trash can, but let me get the email. No, here it is. Dang. I'm our Matt on their way. Rescue. We let her rip, boys. What are you talking about now, deplorable? Oh, I know, right? Deplorable, Dusty, and them's garden looks amazing. Man, oh man. What? Constitutional Carpenter? What? Where? In... Oh, sure enough. Look at you. What's up, bro? How are you? Been a minute. Widow's Diary. Morning, morning. Morning, KP Heathen. From America's version of the land down under. The swamplands. Hey, Miss Amy. They are off today and tomorrow. Damn car decided to need a new brain. The PCM went out, so I get the privilege to stay home a couple of days so the new one gets here. Oh, look at you, Miss Amy. No good floating. No. No, that was the one thing, man. I was like, oh, Lord have mercy. I don't want to get the electric chair wet. Telling you, man, I don't know. We're going to try to see. I don't know. The missus wants me to look into some shit. What was it? Home stuff for the disabled, and I don't know. And so, morning, everybody. Good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it works for you. There you go. I guess I didn't even bother asking 5 by 5, but I guess y'all can hear me because you answered me. Oh, and man, by the way, I think I'm up to like 800 subs or some shit. It's crazy. Man, go out there and if I tear some shit up, I might get up to 1,000. I guess it's more negative you promote, the bigger you get. People, boy, they signed up on that destruction shit. Watch that bridge go away. Well, I have some bad news, Rescue. I went to go get the truck Saturday, but couldn't sign the contract due to an error. The last place that serviced the truck put down the wrong mileage. I forgot I have wooden hands to paint for grandma, her grandkids, handprints. Oh, that's cool. And he said, rescue the truck floating down the creek. Was nobody in it, and it was just floating under. Oh no, there was people in it, and they were trying to hit the road as it was going. They're okay. So just so you'll know, they're okay. Stupidest shit ever, but but yeah, no, there were people in it. I don't know how much longer it was running, but they were flooring it at first. I don't think you can even see that in the video, but at first you can tell that there was exhaust coming out from. But yeah, there were people in it, but they're okay. Everybody's okay. We didn't lose anybody up here, so I'll let anybody know part of the Cluckin Alamo that watches and you saw that. We didn't lose nobody here. People were inconvenienced. And yeah, there's people that lost everything, but we didn't lose nobody. So just lost possessions. And holy shit, man, people are already bitching and griping about like, man, that mofo got my boat. No, he didn't take your boat. Your boat floated down there, you dumbass. So if you want it, go get it. But it's so crazy, man. You just, where do these people come from? My pool of tranquility has had ripples of ignorance into it now. And it's like, damn it. See, man, I get lost in the names, and it's like I just want to make sure I say more than everybody that shows up because I appreciate you. This is just, man, what a ride! What a ride! But see, we're still here. That's why I told her. I mean, we're still here. It's all good. It's inconvenience, but you know, it really puts things in perspective. See, what's really important? You look at all the shiny things out there and you look at all the little inconveniences and you think, oh no, I can't do this. You know, it's like, man, life so sucks. I can't go to Jack in the Box, you know, but who cares? You don't need to be going there and eating that shit anyway. So it just, I don't know, man. About the only thing that really bothered me was I got to do something with the chickens because I did feel bad for them, although they had a nice, cool, high place to get to. But man, that was like the White Rapids running underneath that chicken tractor. It pushed the damn push boards down across the yard. So yeah. And now everybody's got this amazing acute awareness of just how bad the house is now. And it's kind of weird because I don't know. I've been actually bringing that out for a while, but somehow when some young guy comes and helps dig post holes and he sees the back of the house and goes, oh shit, then it's like, oh man, I don't know. It's like, okay. I'm gonna try to make some kind of skid so I can start hauling them blocks to back around over here with the mower. Hey, Blackbird. So glad you're up and running. I know, me too, Blackbird. It has every bell and whistle on it that I feel bad it's going to be a circus. Oh. I see the orange block with rescue in it. That's what gets my attention. It's wooden cutouts of their hands. I'll paint different color of the green. Let's do blue. So you're doing hands like this, and then they're on like sticks, and you're going to be just painting the hands. So you just like, are you going in to paint the hands like where it's got the finger lines that, or just? Used to have drink and driving and swimming through flood towns. Yeah, you can throw a. Okay, ma'am. Well, Grumpy's email and Kilworn Pop's got an email. I better see if. Tomorrow is Chuck's 70th birthday. Woot woot. Happy birthday, Chuck. All right. By the way, don't forget in chat, live chat are all messages. That way you're current in the conversation. And on the video, if there's not a red dot next to the word live, you want to click the word live, and then we'll see you when you get here. Deplorable Chuck is Kissoff's husband. So he is the guy that puts up with Kissoff. So kudos to Chuck. You know what I'm saying? Was that you feel me? Chuck puts up with Kissoff and has done it for several decades. The man deserves some kind of civilian version of a Purple Heart for having to take that mental trauma. Uh-oh. Okay, everybody stash your crayons.
Hey guys.
What's up, sir?
God, that light's bright. There we go. That's much better. How you doing, man?
Hey, still sunny side up and floating.
Dude, I'm having a hard time getting going this morning. I am tired. It was a very long and productive weekend, and then very interesting story. So we got a phone call yesterday afternoon. Somebody was passing through town. They had gone to Doug and Stacy's event over in Missouri, over by Hannibal. It's not in Hannibal this year, but that's anyway. And they wanted to stop by. It's a couple that we met when we did the Kiowa Expo about 4 weeks ago, and they offered to take us out to dinner. So naturally, I'm like, oh, hell yeah! Somebody wants to buy me dinner, sure, we'll go out.
Got the grub, bud.
Yeah, they're looking at relocating, and they had some questions, and they were trying to figure out where to move. And it was a very interesting conversation because they were discussing things yesterday that we had talked about 5 or 6 years ago.
So they're about moving from Missouri?
No, they're actually from Colorado.
Okay.
They actually live in the metro area of Denver, which I would not be within 200 miles of that place if something popped off, because that's just going to be a major show. You know, it's already falling apart as it is. You know, migrants sending. I'm sorry, I said migrants. I meant to say illegal immigrants sending lists of demands to the city government, what they wanted. You know, so yeah, and it's only going to go downhill from there. But you know, they've got some local ties here, but it's like West Texas local, not big city local. Because you know as well as I do that West Texas, Western Kansas, local's like an hour and a half, 2 hours away.
Yeah.
Right. You know.
Yeah.
They're a little bit older. They're a little bit older than we are, and tail end of the boomers. But yeah, they had the same questions, and I started thinking about it, and I think there's a lot of people out there in the same situation these folks are in, you know, and all I could tell them, because I kind of got the sense that they wanted a specific answer, and I can't give that to people. I can't tell people because I don't know your situation.
Right.
You know, I can tell you how to approach finding the answer, but I can't tell you what the answer is. You know, infrastructure, you know, community. You want to go where you got a support system. You have to go someplace that is going to address your pet fear, and everybody, if you don't know, if anybody doesn't know what a pet fear is, every single person in the rural world is driven one way or another by a pet fear. And it might be a fear of rejection. It might be a fear of failure, success. It's just, there's something there. And preppers, every single prepper has a pet fear. Everybody in your chat that is trying to get prepared, there is something in the back of their mind that if it should happen, they're like, oh, this is it. This is what I've been waiting for, right? Mine is loss of infrastructure, because I sat down and I did a security analysis, and the one thing that every single event has in common, from the floods that you're seeing to war to the pandemic, you name it, every single thing they have in common is the loss of infrastructure. So the system that makes the modern world go around ceases to function the way it's supposed to, or the way I take that back. That's not the way it has been. And so the paradigm will change no matter what. So that's my pet fear, right? So everything we do around here is meant to address that. If the power goes out, okay, I'm not gonna die. I'm gonna be uncomfortable as hell. Yeah. But I ain't gonna die.
Well, and how can I say this? Because I've often wondered if people overreact on things that, like, the fears, like you're talking, because and the connection is like smoking. And I told the missus, God, 30 years ago, I used to always go with the narrative, smoking is addictive. Oh my God, the nicotine's got a hold of you, and it's kind of like the drugs. And one day I came out of a plant, and on the way home, it dawned on me, and I told the missus, I said, all them commercials, I said, they're full of shit. And she says, what? And I said, how the smoking's so addictive. It's not. I said, I just walk into a plant, and for 12 hours, I have no problem not smoking. I don't freak out. But you know what? It's because nobody else around me is even smoking. I'm not thinking about it. So it's like, if you lose power, yeah, that initial hit's going to be like, oh, shit. But if nobody else has power, then I think there's going to be a big chasm that divides. You're going to have the people that just have no concept of self-sustaining, can't make do, can't adapt. Oh my God. They're the people that will drown you if you try to save them. And then there's the people that are going to be like, WTF, what the heck? Wait, okay, well, we're all right. We're just going to have to start putting some lamps right here. We're going to put a fire over here, and they'll slowly adapt, because you won't be distracted with that. Well, they got it, and I want that. It'll be that nobody has it. So you slowly won't even think about it, if that makes any sense.
No. You said something that I think was 100% spot on, is the way people handle these fears. So many people get wound up about things that are so improbable, right? So one of the things, whenever you do a security analysis on anything, is you look at possibilities and probabilities. All right. Did I ever tell you the story about my son and the Yellowstone caldera? Did you ever hear that story? Okay. So my son was, gosh, he was like 8, 9 years old. Right. And there was a show that came on like History Channel or something. It was like a dramatization of the Yellowstone caldera going off. I don't know if you remember that, but like the ash was coming down and it was, but he saw that and just completely lost his mind. I mean, he couldn't sleep and just got really weird. And his mom was like, but we didn't know why. We didn't know why all this stuff was happening. We didn't figure this out afterwards. his mom took him to a therapist, which I was like, that's so freaking stupid. Don't take the boy's just a kid, right? And so she takes him there, and they go 4 or 5 times, and all I see is it costing me money. And so the therapist is like, I want Dad to come. I'm like, God, Jesus Christ, I'm such a good father. I was like, I don't want to go to this shrink with my son. But anyway, so I took him, and they're talking, and it comes out in this session, and I didn't say anything. I just sat there and listened. It comes out in the session that he is deathly afraid that the Yellowstone caldera is going to go off and it's going to kill everybody in our family. Just like, seriously, it was messing him up. And so I'm listening to this, and I was polite about it, but I thought I told the therapist that this is a waste of time and money. So we got out of the therapy, and I was like, come on, let's go get a soda. So we went down to Quick Trip, and we got a soda, and we're sitting there. And I said, so you're worried about Yellowstone killing everybody? Yeah, we need to find some place to move. We need to move now because it's going to go off and it's going to kill us. And so I said, well, where do you want to move? And he goes, let's move to California with great grandma. I'm like, oh no, earthquakes, man. It's going to fall into the ocean. Oh, and he's like, oh, he said, well, let's move up with aunt and uncle, the family friends up in Upper New England. Oh no, they got storms up there that will kill you because it's snow. You ever heard of a nor'easter? It'll kill you. Well, Florida's way far away from Yellowstone.
That's below sea level.
No, I said, what about that island over off of Africa that's going to fall into and create a 500-foot tidal wave? And as we're going through this, he's got this great big 32-ounce soda, and he's sitting there like this, and he literally, it was funny as hell. He literally goes like this. He goes, and he takes a great big chug off that soda, and he gets done, and he goes, well, I guess we're going to die no matter where we go. I was like, yeah, you're going to die no matter what. So you need to live life, and never had any problems after that. Well, in that respect, he was a typical teenager, but that whole Yellowstone's going to kill us thing never came up again. But that's because his mind that got wrapped around the wheels in his head, and that's what was driving him, and that's why doomsday preppers, that's what they did. They took these people that had the most extreme pet fear and made episodes out of it and made them look like freaking idiots. Yep.
GTP. Dude, that dude just hauled 22 tons of freaking mushroom compost.
Oh,
yeah. And then manually hauled it off into his garden things in 5-gallon bucket intervals and then shit. And it was like, damn. But yeah, see, no, that's because that's what I picked up. Boy, you can tell the influx here because being here for so long, it's kind of like having the opportunity to stand here and watch the changing of the guard almost. Because like back in I think it was 94, 95-ish, somewhere in there, we had the first time that the dam opened all the gates and flooded everybody downriver. It's the first time it had happened. Not the first time we didn't have small little floods. That was just the first time that it was because the TRA said, oh no, Lake Livingston's rising. Quick, open all the gates. And people downriver, they literally washed the whole road off of the river. There used to be a bank that curved in the Trinity River, and it had a road and some property and houses, and that literally so much force washed that whole curvature out of that river.
Oh man.
So, but the reaction of those people, I mean, it's like, because I was running that in my head. I remember when that happened, people gathered that were up on the hills that weren't flooded, gathered. You almost had like the little Cajun Navy kind of thing going on up here. Everybody had their little John boats. Hell, I was walking the power company back so they could go and because our lines come across the river, our feed lines. So they needed to get back there, but they were getting hung in barbed wire fences and shit, and they didn't know. So I literally was Then this opportunity shows up when now I watch the reaction to this, and you literally have people that have electricity, internet, their houses are in 100% shape. They just can't get in or out. And all of a sudden people are ferrying hot meals over to them and shit. to docks and then handing them out. And I'm like, you fucking people can't cook for yourself? Really? Are you shitting me? Because you can't drive your vehicle in or out. You now can't go in that kitchen that still has a full working stove and electricity and you have internet and everything, but you can't cook your meal. And it dawned on me, it's because it's offered. And it's not a matter of, do I need it? If something's out there, I want it. And so it's like they offered neat meals, and all of a sudden people are like, well, yeah, oh, well, I can't get out. And people are like, literally. So think about the concept. You're literally loading up hot meals in a boat, and you're going across big bodies of water that are flooded to then take them meals on a dock when all they had to do is get their happy ass up out of that chair and go in that kitchen and heat them up some soup or something.
Well, hang on a second. And okay, I'm devil's advocate right here. Okay. You know, you realize that you've got a little normalcy bias because of the people you hang around with, because you've surrounded yourself with people that are prepared, and 3 days without being able to resupply is not a big issue for most of the people in your chat. And most of the people.
But that's my thing though, Grumpy. Back in the first time, see, it was the people that still had their stuff were the ones that cooked the food for the people that had lost it. This here, oh no, even the people that had power, oh no. And it's like, no, wait.
Chances are some of them didn't have any food after 2 or 3 days.
It could be.
Seriously. Chances are, and that's a huge issue. You know, it's one of the reasons why I wanted to get away as far away from the city as we could, because, you know, urbanites and suburbanites live off of fast food, and they've only got like 2 or 3 days worth of food in their house.
Well, it's so complacency. It's that ease. And, well, I'm going into town to go to work. Don't really have to stock anything in the pantries like used to. I mean, like here. And we're bad about it too, you know, because we don't, like, I remember way back, like when we first met, like I grew up, my mom was one of those once a month kind of people. So like she went and she did the groceries and and it was only the expiring kind of stuff, milk or something like that would, but everything else, oh no. This was like, okay, the first of the month, go stock up the whole pantry. There we go.
Right.
We're good to go.
They don't do that no more.
Yeah, no. Now you're doing a can of soup.
And then I'm finding out, or I'm noticing that the younger generations, like the 20 somethings and early 30s, they don't cook at all. You know? Oh, he's got the missus. But they don't cook. They've lost those essential skills for some reason. And I don't have chat up, so I can't see what anybody's saying, folks. Oh,
give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.
All right. So hang on a second, guys. Let me pull up. Well, crap. I just turned my computer off. Oh, well. So I will keep you guys entertained. So let's see. What happened this weekend? I learned how to change the wheel bolts. Actually, hang on. Let's go to chat. Okay, I can't see anything in chat. Oh, there we go. Oh, let's see here. Who we got? Blue Butterfly. Anyway, so I learned how to change the bolts on a skid loader wheel. Very interesting, very easy to do. I should have done a video about it to share with people. Let's see. Oh boy, they're gonna be the one going nuts. My kids love the experience of a blizzard. We made all that up, what they went through. Oh yeah, you know, there are people that their survival plan is to have the government take care of them. All right, let's close that out since he's back. I didn't have chat up, so I couldn't see what anybody was saying, and I didn't want to go off on a tangent from whatever he was talking about.
Let's see. I think some of it was, by the way, morning, Miss Loretta. A lot of them were talking to GTP, telling him so much work. And then me and my hubs go to the store once a month. It's easy when you keep your staple items up.
Yeah, that moving all that mushroom compost by hand, Dude, I would have to have a dump bed. Seriously.
Well, no,
That's
and
one
it's
thing.
funny because, well, GTP drives a dump truck. So he drives a truck. So he went and picked up the 22 tons, and then he brings it to the thing and he dumps it. And then a fellow person had a tractor and was able to like get his portion of the 22 tons and come over with his bucket and dump it at like the end of the garden bed that goes that way.
Yeah.
But then from right there on down that garden bed was 5-gallon bucket action.
More power to him, man.
I was like, woof.
Well, and that's one thing. Yesterday and Saturday, it got hot here. It was in the 90s, but the UV rays were just terrible, and it was like sitting underneath a microwave. And I was doing good up until about noon 30 both days, and then the sun came out, and those rays started hitting me, and I found with my heart and being out of shape, once that first time my heart pumps the brakes and goes, okay, you got to slow down. The amount of time I can spend just gets smaller and smaller and smaller until I got to stop and take a break and wait for it to cool off and then go out. But I got a lot done. I was doing a lot of physical stuff too, which is why I need to get back in shape.
Anti said, look at Grumpy pinch hitting and just missing starting a rant.
Oh, there's a lot. I could rant on so much stuff. I'm trying not to, man. I'm trying to be positive. Yeah. That was one of the things about those walking videos. I was like, okay, these things occur to me while I'm out walking. And I just do a mind dump right there on the phone and then come back and edit it and be done with it. And it's keeping me, it's honestly, it is kind of therapeutic doing it, and it's enjoyable, and it's stuff I enjoy talking about. Taking Fancy out for the
sometimes maybe it just people need a good reminder or something, because I gotta say this whole little event around here really put things. I was like, I mean, I got it, but this really kind of, because I'm just blown away at some of the comments. It's like one couple that's moved in, they're on a 4-wheeler, and that video, the first one, not the one with the truck, but the first time I showed you that little thing, they're like, how this city, because you know how it is, like you have a mailing address, so you have a city you're attached to, but that doesn't mean you live in that city. That's right. Just the nearest postal service for that rural area, and they say, okay, you're going to live there, we're going to attach you to that city, and so there you go. Well, that's this lady, you could tell, it's like, you don't even understand the area. She rattles off the city that's like 8 miles down the road that we're not even connected to. We just have that city address. They need to come out here and fix this. I said, well, first off, we're not even part of that city. That's just part of the mailing system. Well, then the county, I said, well, this is a private area though. This isn't part of the county. Oh, well, it's like, yes, ma'am. This is where people lived here, participated. So I don't know what this might actually even transform this place.
Yeah.
Because maybe it's like, wow, you're going to hand over. I could see it now. The county could come in. Well, no, we can fix the bridge and we can tend to this, but then this is going to become incorporated into the county. And all of a sudden you don't have your private roads. Now you have county roads. Well, now you have speed limits. You have to meet regulations for county stuff. All of a sudden and see, it's those little things. And I know this will ruffle some feathers. I don't mind some, because there's too many people. You can't, otherwise we just become nomadic tribes, and that sounds cool, but I'm sorry, we can't even have some kind of civilized, area without conflict, much less if we all just went nomad. All that would become some kind of, we would bring the apocalypse on us. What's up, Actions? But it's just the reaction, and just then I kind of start to see how easy they get people to go along with stuff. It's kind of like the Patriot Act thing, and you go back and walk through 9/11 and you go, totally get it now. You see how it's like, and it's not even that they have to plan the event. It's just seizing the opportunity. It's kind of like you're thinking about robbing the bank. Yeah, we could, and you're planning it. And then all of a sudden, it just so happens that they have this big major storm, and now there's this, and you're going, hey, now would be the time. Yeah. And you pounce on it. It's not that they planned it. but they seized on that opportunity. And I think that's what
never let an opportunity go to waste, or never let a crisis go to waste. Well, keep an eye on real estate, and out of curiosity, I'm wondering if you're going to see houses go up for sale of people that decided that country living isn't what they expected it to be.
And I think some of those people are trying to think that they can turn it into rental houses.
Yeah. Well, and Bug Out was on with you that one time, and he was talking about that down in the area of Florida that he lives in. You know, it's a lot more rural than what people think it is, and when they're dealing with the hurricanes without direct support, or dealing with alligators in their front yard and stuff, they decide it's not the place they want to be.
Well, now there have been a couple, because she showed me a couple of the posts, and have been a couple of these people that are going, oh, if I had known this could happen, I wouldn't have moved here. And then one person saw a picture of the old bridge, because that's actually the new cool bridge, because the bridge that got taken out, and I think in 94 or 95, it used to be a single vehicle, and it was a trestle bridge, a wooden creosote trestle bridge. So, you just had the crossings and then the three boards, and there you go. And, there was like 3 or 4 people that saw that picture and was like, oh my God, I would not have moved here if the bridge was like that. And it's like, go home, go back where you came from.
Well,
and it's sad, because I don't know, man. It's weird. It's hard to say, but life's not supposed to be easy, because it's self-sustaining. I mean, so it should you should sweat. You should feel tired. You should get exhausted. Sometimes you might even feel overwhelmed, but then that's tending to your family and your household. It's even sitting on your ass typing on a keyboard gets tiresome after a person. So no matter what, you're going to have this exhaustion that comes on, but it's just finding the happiness in those moments. That's the key. That's why I've never mind working hard. I don't mind sweating. I'll do it 115 degrees. I'll do it in, -2. Well, actually, we didn't get there. Closest we get is like a 20 degrees in Texas. It's been like, oh my God.
Yeah.
But
that's like t-shirt weather by January.
Yes. Yeah, down here with the humidity, it's like icicles hanging out your nose for boogers and shit. And it's like, oh my God. It's the pride in the achievement and the success. And you don't really hear much of that anymore. Like there's no goal to, I'm going to whoop this. Instead, I'm going to find something to blame for this. It's almost like the effort, instead of correcting it, is then to find something to attach it to. This is fault. This is what, and that's, I don't know.
There's a YouTube channel called Academy of Ideas that their last video was on that exact topic, how comfort is killing us. The being comfortable is killing people because it's destroying the innate desire or need to go out and do stuff. People are giving up freedoms. They're giving up their own sovereignty in what happens in their life, because being comfortable is more important than going out and building something, or not having to bend a knee to somebody else. So yeah, it's an issue.
It is. It's almost like we imagined and created and built such a fluffy pillow that we ended up with a generation and a half that have no imagination,
right?
No creative thinking, no inventions, no desire to even push forward. And it's
as a culture, the United States has been so successful for so long that people do not understand what it means to bend a knee to somebody because they force you to, and they don't understand what it means to go through privation. privation for most people, like you said, is not having a meal ready for you, so you have to have somebody bring it to you, or not. How many people lose their shit whenever the phone service goes out and they can't check their phone? You know,
Facebook goes down for 8 hours.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, it's an inconvenience, and I'm not too happy about it. But I'm not coming unglued thinking about how terrible the world is because I don't have phone service. You know, God, whenever the EBT cards go out, look at what happens there when it just goes out for a 4 or 5 hour period. What's going to happen if that goes away, like, completely?
Yeah, at the flick of the switch too, because that can happen all over,
right,
in a blink of an eye.
Right. You know, so that's one of the things that, if you're looking at being a homesteader, or looking at if you're freedom minded, is you have to force yourself to be uncomfortable. You have to do things. You have to draw a little circle around yourself, and that's your comfort zone, and you have to step out of it. And if you can't step out of it on your own, then you need to surround yourself with people that will just push you as hard as they can to get you out of that comfort zone, so that you can learn and grow.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, because you gotta adapt to things, and I think that's probably been the biggest shock for me, is I don't know how to. It's just the lack of investigative thinking, the lack of drive. You know, don't want to really. Yeah, I mean, curiosity is dead. Nobody. I mean, you're fed a reason, and it fits the need, so you just latch onto it. You don't even know if it's valid. You just grab it and go, "Yep, this is the way I feel. I'm running with it." And it's like, well, wait, did you even look into that?
You see that in all these pro-Palestine, these anti-Semite protests. You know, the people that organize these things are activists, and they know exactly what "from the river to the sea" means. They understand that it means the elimination of all Jewish people in the Israel state. They understand that, but they've got these donuts that go out there, and the organizers say, "Hey, don't talk to anybody at the camera. If anybody asks you questions, say you don't have a comment." And the reason why they do this is because every time these people respond to the questions, it becomes blatantly obvious that they have no clue as to why they're there. You know,
exactly.
And these are kids that have hundreds of $1,000s of student debt, and they have no idea. Dude, I'll tell you what, man, if I was a college student, I would become so radicalized.
But
I would want to burn the school down because of what they've done to me.
But isn't it ironic, though, Grumpy, that the very students that are wanting their loans, their tuitions and shit paid for, you know, how they need their student loans paid for? Now, here's the kicker, though. So the parents of those kids, that more than likely, since they can afford that, they had their own little college degrees and they had their own little student loans, but they're okay with it. So you literally have these people that went through that very same process, and now their kids are wanting the taxpayers to foot their bill, and they're like, I support my kid. And it's like, what? So you're okay with the taxpayers footing your bill? You put your own bill, but it doesn't click to them.
Dude, don't get me started on that.
And yes, EBT is food stamps.
You want to hear? Oh, you want me to go off on a nasty rant? Get me started on the student loan things. You know, for all intents and purposes, I ended up in the Persian Gulf because of my student loans. Because I one of the reasons why I reenlisted in the Marine Corps the first time was because they gave me a very hefty bonus, which was just enough to pay off the student loan debt that I had and buy me a Jeep. You know, and so, in an indirect way, student loans landed me in the Persian Gulf. You know? Well, because that's where I ended up on my second enlistment.
Well, let me ask you something. So are student loans really that much different than like a vehicle, in all honesty? Because when you look at, like, people will go out here and spend $85,000 on a truck. And so it's like, well, that's outrageous. There's nothing about that makes sense. But yet, well, then we'll say, yeah, but look at this. I paid $65,000 for this degree and it's useless. you paid $85,000 for that truck, and that's useless because that truck was still only worth 30 grand.
Well, the difference, it's the mindset. It's the mindset behind it. All right. I agree with you. Buying 85,000. I told my wife, we are never buying a vehicle that cost more than the first house we bought.
That right.
And it used to be, our first house cost us $32,000, right? And back then for $32,000, you could get a really nice car. You can't even get a base model for that now. Anyway, you know, the thing about the student loans is the, how do I put it? People go into those, and it was like this when I was in college too. So it's not like this is anything new. It's just amplified now. But people go into it knowing that they're not gonna force you into bankruptcy for a student loan. At the end of the day, the government will write off a student loan if they can't get their money. You know, they'll do everything they can to make your life miserable, but you're not going to end up homeless because of a student loan. If you forfeit your mortgage, that bank is going to come take your shit from you, and you're going to end up out on the street. Student loans aren't like that. And now they've got people, and you think about it, you know, most of the people that you probably know that bought real expensive trucks, they were work trucks, and it was something useful. And you've got the way the student loan and the education system is set up now. You've got these kids going and getting these degrees because they want them. This is their passion, right? Zero marketability in these degrees, but that doesn't matter to them. And I saw an interaction between a couple of people on a video, and this girl, college student girl, she had the septum piercing, so she was one of those type of people. We have a right to an education. You know, why shouldn't we be able to get an education? You know, and her whole thing was I have a right to have an education, and if I can't afford it, somebody else should pay it for me. And the guy that she was talking to made the point that I just made, is like, you've got a degree that has zero marketability. What, you know, it's your responsibility to plan your life in a manner that your degree helps you make money, right? This is one of the reasons why I don't think everybody should go to college. You know, and you and I grew up
in the beginning, though. In the beginning, almost sounds like some kind of intro to the movie. But how do I say that? So the corporate world was kind of coming along and growing, and so you had the businesses and you had the ads for the offices, and you know, it's like back with the .com phase. So everybody's going to have a website. So you had website creators, and you had these people that, well, college kind of did that, because I remember when, man, it was like, if you just had a high school graduate, you know, certificate, it was like, okay, you at least finished high school. Do you have any college experience? And I mean, it started out too, where it was like, if you had at least 2 years, then that meant something. That like put you above the high school. And then if you actually had the associate degree from the 4-year stretch, well, then that puts you up so high. And those little stupid initials used to actually land you certain jobs for a little while. But then it all became bullshit.
Well, here's the big difference. Here's the big difference between when you and I were going to school and now. For colleges, unless you went into like a hard science field, or like one of the hardcore business fields.
Well, college back then, like around here, was mainly your engineering or agriculture or veterinary.
But they taught you critical thinking. They didn't teach you anything. I can tell you this for being in the professional world for 32 years. Kids coming out of college don't have any practical experience for all intents and purposes. I mean, they may intern and they may be really sharp and stuff, but they don't have any practical experience. But what having a college degree did was it showed that A, you could stick with something long enough to finish it out, and B, colleges taught critical thinking skills. They don't do that anymore. They hand out degrees. If you pay the bill long enough and you do the minimum thing, they will graduate you. no matter what it is, no matter what the degree is, but they don't teach critical thinking skills. And that's proof positive. And don't get me wrong, I'm painting with a very wide brush, because there are kids coming out of college that are very sharp. And my son-in-law graduated a couple of years ago, and he's sharp as a tack.
But Grumpy, you got kids that grow up. See, because there's where the mindset of the person kicks in. You can have success stories. It's kind of like you can have a drug house, drunk parents, dope fiends, but you have a kid who's ignored. And a lot of times, they go into the bad path. But every now and then there's that rare little kid that says, I don't want to be like you. And they literally spend their youth focusing on something to get out of that shit.
Yeah. Here's my suggestion to any parent that's got kids going to college or getting ready to go to college. Do not let them go to a state funded school. If they're going to go to a higher education, they need to go to a private school. Hillsdale College is one of the hardest colleges to get into. It takes zero government funding. And the kids that come out of there have critical thinking skills, and there's colleges like that around the country, but they're not big prestigious schools. They're not the big athletic schools. They're not the sports schools, And again, very wide brush. There are kids that go to state sponsored schools and get come out of it with a grade A education, but it's not anything the school did. It's because the kids did it themselves and demanded that they got a good education, and they learned, right?
Well, I think the schools now realize, well, I say now, they've known it for a while, but it's just that it's shifted, because it's kind of like the work. It's almost like the work ethic of other people. There used to be a time when that guy showed up that you hired to do your yard. He took so much pride in his work that he always did a little something extra, probably because he wanted that look when he was done to go, pow. The guy that built your house, he used to want to make a quality built house. He wanted to be able to brag about how awesome built that was. And no matter what somebody did. Well, I think colleges were actually that way at one point. There were professors that they took pride in their kids being successful. And they would say, oh, my students, man, I was so glad this student has gone on to succeed in life. Well, now they don't give a shit, because here's the bottom line. You're signing up a contract. So that tells them that from here to here, they know that they got that money. So they don't care if you actually learn it. They just want you to pay it. You could literally go in, and if you just dumped your whole 60 grand tuition down, you could probably not even show up. You could go hang out, drink beer in the frat house. They wouldn't give a shit so much. Just don't create a scene. Don't bring attention to it. And just ride your 4 years out, and we'll sign you off at the end, because we got the money, and that's all that really mattered was the money.
The only thing you need to know about higher education, and this is just this is a self-reported fact that these colleges and universities have put out. The only thing you need to know about these schools is 80 to 90% or higher of the faculty are leftists. They are leftists. They are ideologues, and they do not care about the students' education. What they care about is indoctrinating them into believing.
Isn't it like 85 or 90% of the teachers union members is Democrat?
They went into higher education, and the teaching schools are the worst. A lot of the teaching schools are almost 100% leftist in their faculty, and then they teach these kids how to be teachers, and they put this left-wing activism into them, and they go down into the lower education, the kindergarten through K through 12, and they start teaching kindergartners about gender, and they start teaching that don't talk to your parents, talk to me, and that's what it is. That's why I'm a huge advocate of private schools and homeschooling, and I always have been. And it's not because I went to a private school. It's because of that very thing. Hey, listen, man, it's 7:25. I need to Luckily, I prepped the feed last night, so it's just a matter of going out and dumping it into.
Just gotta scatter it.
Yeah, I'm experimenting with fermenting the food for the goats and the sheep, and then I'm gonna start doing it for the chickens too, and I'm gonna see how that goes.
They love it, dude. They devour that shit, and it makes the food stretch longer.
Well, and that's what I was talking to neighbor Chris, and he does that he raises PBR bulls, and that's what he does. And we started talking. If I can double
Dude, I can take a half a bowl. So like the scoop is a Cool Whip bowl. So the little plastic Cool Whip bowl. Before I used to just get a whole scoop of that bowl, and that's what I would go out there and sprinkle for the scratch.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I ferment, I can do a half of that bowl, put some water and let it ferment and soak up, and then that becomes the whole bowl.
Right.
So I literally can cut the feed in half.
Well, and then talking with Chris with the ruminants, especially, their bodies can process more of the nutrients out of it because it's already started fermenting and it's already started breaking down. And same with the chickens, So we're gonna see. I'm gonna see if I can have the amount of food that I use a day, because I use almost an entire 50-pound bag a day in food. So that as you can imagine, that gets kind of expensive.
Kind of.
I go through a ton of feed every 3.5 weeks.
Oh yeah.
At $150 a pop. All right.
Make it
hey
straight.
Guys, thanks for putting up with me.
I appreciate you, brother.
No problem. Everybody go out and have a great day and live a life done free.
There you go. I was going to leave me with that. Where's the life done free part?
I just said go live a life done free, man.
This kind of was weak on that, Grumpy.
Dude, I'm still half asleep, bro. Seriously, I am tired. I had a long weekend.
Now he's trying to say I'm boring. Y'all heard that, right? He's saying I'm so boring I couldn't even wake him up in the few minutes we were.
No, I just worked so hard. I was out making myself uncomfortable, brother. That's what I was doing. I'd rather be in bed right now, seriously. All right, take it easy, guys.
Peace, brother.
Take it easy. I don't know if I can hit the damn button.
Bink. There he goes. Pretty cool. Just a little information on sourdough bread. It works in the same principle. It creates its own probiotics, so it's pre-digested before you can eat it, and it does not cause sugar spikes. Oh, there you go. Can you do that with cows? I'm not sure, Actions. I guess it would depend on the feed. What you'd want to do is because like with chicken feed in the scratch, that stuff it swells up, so it's really just the dried food, like the sunflower seeds or something absorbing the moisture. But with grain, I don't know how that'd work with the grain for cattle. Hoorah. So, hey, we're going to need just to take a momentary break. We're going to pause for the cause. Yeah, Actions like sweet corn. Morning, Rabbit. What's up, buddy? Hey, so a little pause for the cause. I shall return. Stand by for 2 minutes. Roger that.
All right. Well, Daddy was a badass, oil-filled white trash, never took nobody's lip. He was a honky-tonk dancer and even beat cancer. And 40 years smoking just quit. He had Korean pin-up black ink tattooed forearms from the war. He won a Purple Heart medal, but never heard him pedal the killing he did with the core. So they shipped him on home, his mind all blown, and nightmares about his past. Well, it's a dang good thing Mama met Daddy, 'cause Daddy was a badass. Yeah. He met Mama on the dance floor in Deep East, Texas. She was the the bar. He had a whole barren son, giving him a run for a hand in marriage to call. So I took the rich kid to the back of the bar, threatened him with his life. He said, hey, little girl, your date had to leave, now you're gonna be my wife. I guess his conscience charm turned her on, 'cause 50 years has passed. He got the one and only girl in the whole wide world, 'cause daddy was a badass. Well, daddy made it out of the jelly rig patch and gambling paid for school. The University of Texas sure got reckless, living on 8-ball pool. He had backroom all-night poker games, a pistol by a rotary phone. He was a hot-tip handicapper on football, never took a student loan. So he passed with honors by selling numbers to everybody in his class. Then he drove back home to Old East Texas. Well, you know what it was. Us a house and he started his company. He made drilling bits for the old rigs and made a truckload of money. Hired all my uncles and the good old boys from back in his roughneck days. Till the shop burned down, lost everything he had, and they went their separate ways. Well, he flew to Vegas, he borrowed $5 grand and he put it on the red and black. He made 200 G's. He got the business back, y'all. Daddy retired, sold the business. The kids are grown and gone. He said, woman, I just can't sit around here. You know I gotta keep bringing it on. Climbed on this 1963 Panhead Harley Davidson and rode it wide open till the end of the world, off a cliff and into the sun. Well, I still roam. Mama was crying, said that's the way you should have passed. In a blaze of glory, just done with the world, man. 'Cause daddy was a badass. 'Cause daddy was a badass. 'Cause daddy was a badass.
Oh, yeah, because daddy was a badass. Okay. Woohoo. Yeah, so I'm probably, because I'll probably, I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours or so. I was thinking, I don't know, maybe like 9 o'clock or 8:30, somewhere, I don't know. But I was gonna try to go live again, I think outside. Just gotta see what the ground looks like as long as I can maneuver. I can spend a few hours outside before the batteries go down. Need to give me some kind of track chair that has a damn little Briggs and Stratton motor I can always fire up. Then I just keep some gas around and boom. Lucille. Fixing to leave us. Who's fixing to leave you deplorable? Solar. Hell, Camo, if you can see it, then you're doing better than anybody else. Your eyesights are like impeccable, sir. Nobody else can see it. Not enough magnification. I'm just saying. Been running 2 AC units all week on just 1,200 watts of panels. Hey, there you go, Rabbit. Hell yeah. Man, that's the best. Because that's the good stuff too, man. That's the cool. You can always get warm enough. You just can't ever get cool enough. So that's cool. Huh. No pun intended. Oh, doing pretty good, deplorable. She, I think this week's like the 8:45. So. I'm not really calling him out. I'm just actually, bringing up how, man, he's got like some damn good eyesight. He can see the tiniest object. Fixing to hook up the 2,500 watt that I just bought. Should take care of the freezers in the fridge and a few other loads. Hey, there you go. So, okay, so I'm gonna ask you a question, Rabbit. So if you get all set up on solar panels, do you got backup to your panels and stuff? Like what happens if one of those hardware goes out? Because we don't make any of that shit over here. That's what I've always wondered. Not that I'm knocking solar, but it's just like, well, if we talk about going solar because the infrastructure's weak, but then we're also outsourced on who makes all those. So it's kind of like still dependent, if that makes sense. I think that's the right one. Yeah, that's the right one. Hypo. Because I've always wondered that, like, if you get, if you like have this, then don't you want to stock that like you would the food? So it's like, what's up, buddy? And I'm just going to point out, if you're saying anything, nothing's happening. We see the picture, but we don't hear nothing. Just letting you know. Okay, so Dusty's got extra parts and controllers. Carl's got extra panels. Oh, audio coming in and out. Thought we had him there for a moment. I think he's going to try it again. What's going to happen to the panels, though, when you get hail? Well, that's, and I'm not trying to be the Debbie Downer or some shit. But then that's just bringing up questions. But it's always, because I think they're good alternatives, or good, like, lowering your bill and stuff. Hey, morning, John. What's up, buddy? I'll say more than me. My truck can hold 6 12-volt batteries, but I only use 2. There you go, Carl. I'm upgrading solar. We'll have extra stuff if someone interested. Oh, look at you, Nunya. Yeah, I do want to try to get some solar, so I'm not knocking solar by any means, and I'm not trying to say that. But I'd like to get some solar for just like little stuff, some lights, some little. Yeah, it's having issues. I can't, if you're saying anything, Mayhem, then we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Hi.
What's up, buddy?
I don't know what's going on. It's like,
yeah, there's like a connection issue. You got plenty of signal?
Yeah, I don't know. And there's a delay now. What the hell?
Yeah, it's like a lag. Sure, not up around Papa's area.
No, I might be around Milkmaid's area.
Right. Rabbit said it's a good idea to keep spares for everything you plan on using around your homestead. Just prioritize your needs. There you go, Rabbit.
Yeah, that's true. Two is one, one is none.
Just make room for the hail screen that sits above your panels.
All right, we got to test out this delay.
1.
See how long it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna say 1, and then I'm not gonna say anything else, and then you say 2 whenever you hear that. So now that you heard this, I'm fixing to do it. So 1.
2.
I don't know what it's about. Think about a 1.5, 2-second delay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good. There for a second, I think it was a little bit longer than that.
Hey, Papas. Speaking of Papas.
Yeah.
He said
hey,
effing stalkers.
Yeah. So it was a big disappointment not to be able to pick up the truck Saturday, but the guy that I was dealing with, he was really cool, man. He was telling me, well, for your troubles, I'll give you half of the down payment back, and I'll still put it as credit that you paid the full down payment. And I was like, no, you don't have to do that. Just because it was somebody else's mistake. But yeah, the truck itself has 150,000 miles on it, and the last place that serviced it put 112,000 miles, and that's a rollback. That's why the contract couldn't be signed, because that's illegal. And so the people that could fix it on a Saturday were not in. So he's going to have it done. Yeah, he's going to have it done today. And then Friday I have off because I got to do my DOT physical. I've got to renew my license. And then afterwards, I'm going to head up there and pick up the truck.
Holy shit, Nunya. So I was just reading. So Nunya says, we are whole house, modern home, 8-ton AC, 2 water wells, full farm, $125,000 solar. Holy shit. Hell, I'm doing good to get a couple $100 little solar thing to just put, a gate opener on the gate.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I am going to try to get over. I probably ought to. Well, no, I need to get the chickens so that they can get out. But I got to I need to get out there to that little building, and then I'm going to have to try to figure out a way. I got a generator in that building, and I need to work on it. I think it's something with the carburetor, and I need to get that out because that's the one thing we just kind of went through this. I didn't panic. I wasn't really giving a shit. Hell, I thought if it comes down to charging the phones, I was just going to go plug up in the car and charge up a phone. We got oil lamps, so.
Yeah.
And
I'm getting a phone call. I'm going to mute myself. Hopefully you guys don't hear it. I'm going to get this phone call real quick. If it drops me, I'll come back in.
Roger that. Sent you our next little project. All right. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up. $125,000 house on solar. No, I think it's like $125,000 worth of solar on the house actions. I don't think it was that the house was the 125. I think it was the $125,000 worth of solar on the house that runs the whole thing. Like the way the time started. Are you grid tied though? Menu on the Mac. Show Mayhem my little rescue truck. Oh, all right. 48 volts, 125 continuous amps at 240 volts AC, 20 kilowatt panels, 45 kilowatt batteries, 22 kilowatt generator. $125,000 house. I would have to have. No, see, that's what I'm saying. Oh, there you go. I just saw where you said, okay, I get it. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Work was wondering why I was running late.
Did you tell them it's because your dog ate the alarm clock?
I should have. No, I worked all day Sunday getting the pool ready and doing some stuff around the house, doing some yard work and everything. And I was so dead tired that I set my alarm for 2:00. I went to bed at 10. Woke up at 6 and looked at. As my eyes opened, I was like, "Oh no, there's sunlight! Get up!" I was like, as soon as you could see a little bit of sunlight, I was like, "Yeah, I am late, big time."
Plorable wants to know, what are you hauling today?
I'm hauling ground beef to Cargill in Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth.
That's where it's going.
All right. So this is Rabbit's rescue vehicle. He's working on his next project. This is his rescue truck.
Oh. Like for rescue, or he's rescuing that vehicle?
No, I guess that's going to be his little rescue vehicle. So he's going to make that into a rescue vehicle. What's up, Hutch?
Oh yeah, like man, when I found that truck, I was like, "Ooh, that's a nice truck." And then I went and test drove it Saturday, and I was like, I felt kind of bad. It was so nice. Had every bell and whistle on it. Had 360 camera view. It had the ability to parallel park. It had so many things on it. I was like, now I feel bad. It's going to be a search and rescue vehicle.
Rabbit, do you want me to show the next picture? Because I noticed it had the house or some kind of building in the background, so I didn't show it. If you want me to, I'll just click next. But morning, Miss Nancy. Oh, and damn, somebody who was leaving? I think it was Blue. Yeah. All right, Blue. Blue's going out to the garden. Grow them veggies.
I think our next rescue vehicle is going to be a. It's a joke that I'm saying, but our next rescue vehicle is going to be this 1971 F-250 icebound I was like, dang. It's pretty nice though. It's a Super Duty crew cab. It's gonna be interesting.
Good looking Jeep.
That is cool. I like that. Very good looking Jeep.
I don't know what's next. Let me put it back there and see. I just try to always be leery. I didn't get a chance to look through them all. All right. So this was the next picture. This is the back end of it.
Oh.
It says I break for moose. Man, yeah, that's got a. I like that cool look, man.
That does look cool.
We don't make them like we used to.
No. I know.
Yep, that's pretty cool. Thanks, Rabbit.
Yeah, it's really cool. I'm in the truck stop now.
Mucho grassy ass.
Yeah. Grassy ass.
Just planting some hot pepper plants and tomatoes. Hell yeah. I'm fixing to create me a little seedling trays. I'm just going to try to see if I can get all these little seeds to at least grow as in sprouts for a couple of inches. And then I'll figure out what to do with them. Hopefully I can figure out places to plant them and keep growing. Not bad shape for a 78. Has the 258 inline 6 and 4-speed. Hell yeah. Watching the rain as I meditate. The older, the better. Had a 66 Dodge my son has now. I should have kept it. No chips. Oh, yeah.
And do you have the picture I sent you?
Of the, oh, yeah. Of the
yeah.
truck?
Yeah. You could show it if you want. It's just off of the website. I didn't take any pictures while I was there. I should have. And yes, it is a Ford. I know how some people are about Fords.
That's going to be the rescue truck.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I've got a brush guard already for it. I'm getting we're getting a bed rack for it.
Oh, by the way, Hutch and Rabbit, man, Missouri, they got this cool little attorney general. Y'all ought to vote for that chick. I don't know her full background, but what I've seen so far, boy, she's a tough-ass little chick, I got to say. It's that Gomez chick. I think she's going for y'all's attorney general or something. Dude, homegirl's a badass, it looks like. Hopefully it ain't just a show thing, but. Yeah, she seems like she's ready to bring some fire. And it's like, hell yeah. They were asking how you were doing today. She's standing over here, the missus.
Ah.
Hold on.
Good morning, Mrs. Rescue.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm here.
Ah, that's always good.
All right, I'm gonna go. Do that.
Give me one
I am-
second, guys, and I will.
Yeah. I am here physically, but I'm not here mentally.
Right.
I'm here mentally, not physically.
All right. Let's see. Trump's there you go. Morning, Miss Rescue. Morning.
Morning, everybody.
All right.
Rudy's been out, so you ain't gotta worry about him. I blocked the kitchen up. Give me a kiss, and I'm gonna just go ahead and go. You ain't gotta walk me out.
Yeah, I will. I don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, next time I'm down in Houston, I need to come see y'all again.
Yeah, we'll go get some boudin.
Boudin and some pink sauce.
That's it. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 sec.
All right, I'll hold down the fort. Yeah, hello, everybody in chat. Oh, okay, this guy was not paying attention. I can't see the chat. Well, I'm kind of sitting here so I can see the. I don't know what's going on. It's kind of hard holding down the fort whenever can't see the chat. But I guess I'll talk a little bit about what's going to happen. So when it's Friday, when I get the truck, I'm gonna take some pictures and videos, and then I've been talking to the rest of the gang and the board, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna film the whole process, but I think we're gonna try to do like a one video. So we'll save the videos, and then when the truck is complete, we'll do a one video to show you guys everything that was put on it. It's gonna have a brush guard on it, like I said, a bed rack. Gonna put all the vinyls on it, reflective vinyls, and then gonna put the emergency lights. Yeah, which I gotta tell you guys, I spent a lot of money getting getting the 501c3, getting the EIA, getting the light permit, all that. I hope this guy is turning. I don't know if that guy's. Yeah, he's turning. But yeah, we'll be able to do a video for you guys, show the before and the final stage of it. And it should look pretty good. First vehicle. Only thing that sucks is I thought it had the front row seating where I could sit 3, but it only allows 2, so we can only haul 5 people in it. But that's better than none. So now we have to get another one. Yeah, and then the next thing we need to get is a command trailer to haul all our gear. But we're getting up there. We've made pretty good progress in a year. And if anybody lives in Arkansas and wants to be a volunteer, we do have a online form application.
Are there any requirements?
Well, if you want to be a volunteer or a member, you have to be 18 years old or older. If you have kids that are in the teenage years, they have to sign up as a cadet. They can only They can only train with us. They'll get the certification, CPR, basic first aid, all that, but they cannot go on search and rescue operations with us. They just get the training.
Gotcha.
That's about it. That's all the requirements, really. And, well, other than not having a bad background that would discredit the organization.
Rabbit said if you were closer, that he'd be there in a minute.
That broke up a little bit.
Oh, Rabbit said if he was closer to you, that he would be there in a minute. He'd be part of your rescue group.
Where's Rabbit at? Missouri, right?
Yep.
How far from the Arkansas border? Not very far, right?
How far from the state line, Rabbit? Lake of the Ozarks area.
Oh. Lake of the Ozark area. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we do have.
Is that one of those, as in because it was the Lake of the Ozarks, or was that one of those, because you really don't know where that is, but you're just kind of going, oh, okay.
It was the latter.
Yeah. Sure. Well, it's a good little ways away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, our board parliamentarian actually lives in Colorado. That's our board advisor lives in Colorado. So, I mean, that's why we say we have a spot for everybody.
What do you call a
bad? I mean, if Rabbit wanted to join, because we do work the Ozarks.
So wait, you do background checks?
Yeah, but it's not extensive. It's like whatever. I don't know what in Arkansas.
Well, I was looking because Hutch said something about what do you call a bad background. So I guess I missed something, and did you say something about backgrounds?
Oh, like a violent felon.
Oh.
Yeah, if you get maybe a drug charge or something like that, we kind of
Well, but on the criminal side, so
violent.
You got to be more specific. So, are you talking about aggravated felonies? Are you talking like robberies, drug felonies, certain degrees of felonies?
I don't know what's going on. I had full signal and I couldn't hear any of that.
Oh. Well, I was wondering what is the actual background on the felony? Is it certain felonies?
Yeah, it'd be just like a violent felony, or maybe a history of.
Well, I'm not getting technical to Portable, but it's just if you're going to implement something, then you got to be specific as also. I was just wondering what those specifics were. Otherwise, that's the wide brush.
Yeah, it's just right. It's just a basic, the basic background. If you have drug charges, we could waiver that. But history of violence kind of thing, no, we can't.
So a violent felon can't learn to save a life. In my opinion, that's bullshit. Just another restrictive club, in my opinion.
Who said
That's
that?
why you can't be Hutch.
Oh, well, then don't join the club, Hutch.
Well, and see, that's why I think you got it. Depends on, I guess, because if you have, because like I have a robbery with bodily injury is in my past, but it's hindered some things just because of being a felony conviction. But but then again, there's some things because I just have robbery with bodily injury. It wasn't aggravated robbery. And so aggravated is a lot of the terminology you'll find on listings of backgrounds will be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it was like you were arrested for aggravated assault and it was like 20 years ago and you didn't have any other charges or anything in those 20 years, then chalk it up as, okay, like, we don't know the whole situation, but it could have been aggravated assault because of self-defense or something like that. Like, if we have somebody sign up and they go do a background check and it's like every 2 years they're getting into assault and battery, like, no, we don't need you because you just don't know how to control yourself. And mainly that's to protect our volunteers, because if somebody pisses that person off, we have to put our volunteers' safety. Or what if this person just goes off the handle and now, we don't need any of that. But we try to work with people.
So are you trying to avoid things kind of like, I don't know, that guy that was hired for Amazon security that actually tried to off his supervisor that was caught on camera? Or the California, wasn't it California postal man and wife that decided to go postal and go and see? Because that's, and I'm only making a sarcastic kind of point, is just because it's easy to look at somebody's past and say, oh, they could. But most of these things that you hear about are the first timers. It's the person that they went spastic or they went off the wall and they're like, oh man. So those, I would think it depends on the crime. Just my 2 cents. If I was starting a department or something, it would, aggravated felonies, and then it would be based off of the length of time, the type of crime it was, and then because that would, I run into that. 35 years ago, I was a pretty ugly mofo. And so if you just looked up on paper, and all you did was stop, in the mid 90s, there, late 90s, if you just stopped from there and looked in the past, you would not see me. If that makes any sense, you would not see me. You would not even think I was the same person. You would go, no. But that's because you can't. But I will say, Hutch said something about dues paid. I got to just throw out my 2 cents. There is some crimes you should never, because there's some things that it's like these rapists and stuff that their victims never get over it, so I don't know when is a price supposedly actually balanced out when that person suffers the crime on a day-to-day basis, and this person that committed it is. And so but then again, I believe we bring back the gallows. There's an old book that's thousands of years old that talked about harming children and tying millstones around their neck and chunking them in the water. So there was a basic concept of consequence.
Yeah, well, that's another thing in the background. Like, man, that's the main thing in the background that we look for is if you have a history of being a child predator, because we do have the cadet program, which is high school kids, and we are liable whenever we do our summer program.
Song of the South.
And we have rules in place too for the cadet program too. Like no instructor will be alone with any child ever. And if they find themselves alone, then that's a problem. Because these parents do trust us, and we did, and and it's my neck on the line if I get somebody that is like that.
Later, Blackbird. Make it a good day.
And it's the organization's nonprofit status and all that's on the line.
Well, yeah, but and I don't mean this. I'm not like at you, Mayhem, but it's just in general. See, to me, it just seems so sheltered and categorized. It's like that should be society, so that shouldn't have to be that service. And we have to. That should be society as a whole. This should be the common thought process in a way.
Right. But yeah, I mean, it is with the background. It does depend on the length of time and what the crime is. Like we'll work with people best we can, and we try to work with all walks of people. Like I've had so many people come up at a event and they're like, "Oh, I would love to help out with search and rescue, but I'm so old." And I'm like, "We have other parts that you can help with. We have logistical people. We have, if you're good with talking to families, we have a spot for a family advocate that, kind of sits down and consoles the family and, not really to get information from the family, but kind of be there for the family. And then when information comes up to them, they can relay it to the family. We have a spot for a chaplain because, like a lot of times we might not find the person alive. Some of our volunteers might have to go and talk to somebody about it. It would, if you find a dead body, that really messes with your mental state. So we need a chaplain. And I'm like, there's no excuse for people to say, no, I can't help out because I'm too old, I'm too young, too this, I'm too that.
No,
we'll find a spot for you.
Most of it's going to be personal conflict and uncomfortableness. They might say things like, "Oh, I really don't know what I could do," and it's really because they're uncomfortable.
Right.
And that's the one drawback, if I had to say, to volunteer responder type service is because there's so much emphasis put on the paid, because those are the images that you see are always the paid city responders, type things. And that gets painted in some glorified way. And so people just don't see the need really of, no, volunteer is just, how about you show up? Sometimes it's comforting when a family knows that they potentially just lost family members in this wreck or whatever. If there's it's nice to see numbers and when people show support. And it's not, but see, we become this whole textual thing. So we make Facebook posts and we make Instagram and little YouTube shorts. And this is our condolence. This is our, showing some support. And it's like, no, it's sometimes just a warm body being there and just being able to see the people has a big impact.
Yeah.
I would say that's the biggest challenge is management, because you got to make it something entertaining and something exciting and something, creative that they want to participate in. And that's the hardest part of management on a volunteer side of things.
Right. I put in the chat for anybody that, well, not in the chat, in the private chat, because I can't. But I put the form in there if you want to share that. If anybody's around Arkansas, you don't have to be exactly in Arkansas. If you're around Arkansas, like we have another guy that's interested in joining, but he's in Oklahoma, and he's like, "Well, I don't know what I can do." I was like, "Hey, you can help out. We'll find something for you to do. You can help out with the board. You can help out with logistics. I help out with answering phones.
Rabbit says, one thing I will say to do mayhem, keep a few stuffed animals in your rigs just for the children who may need that familiar to cling on to. Yeah, I thought that was kind of standard.
Yep. And somebody actually mentioned like keeping a few iPods, because the biggest that 70% of those that go missing are autistic. So I had a few people suggest we keep like iPods or some type of music with us. That way when we find them.
Morning, Kims. Well, you need distractions. That's what you come with distractions, coloring books, man. Sometimes depending on the age, the simplest thing of a coloring book and a little pack of colors.
Right.
And you get them drawing something, or something, or sometimes you got to watch the movies though. I've seen that. I've seen people put in DVDs of some like the old Disney movies or something, you'd have, 101 Dalmatians and you think, okay, but it actually will trigger a kid because that's been some movie that they always watched on Friday night or something that was, and you just never know. But then this is just dealing. It's really bringing out the best of people. And if people, I don't know, to me, that's your background check is are they helpful? Do they even want to be helpful, or they just got what's the current subscription to Galls? I want to put some lights on my truck. I want to put my sticker on the back glass. Look at me. I hate that shit, dude. Sorry, that gets me fired up. That's my soapbox. Or these little wannabes. It's like you either want to help people. Do you want to help people? So then that's the core nature of it. And if you help people in your own vehicle, then it's nothing. But if the only reason you're going to help somebody is so you can run lights, and shit, then it's like, oh man, it's kind of like serving in the military. You have no intention of ever doing anything, going anywhere, participating in anything. You skated on through. And now you run with people that actually got deployed and shit. And see, to me, it's different. It's just, that sparks the wrong side.
There are those. Yeah, there are those volunteers out there that are like, I took with the NASAR, National Association of Search and Rescue Management, and one of the things they talked about is those gung ho volunteers that are basically wanting to wear the shirt, wanting to wear the search and rescue hat, and that's about it.
Hang on, let me try this again.
There he is.
Hang on, let me try again. I'm trying to get my damn earbuds to work.
See here, we went through that, well, it's been a while, but we went through that with, man, it was like, we had all these people show up and want to join, and it was like, oh, this is cool. But man, then it's like, you can't get nobody to really show up to train. Everybody talks a good line of shit. Everybody runs out to the Galls magazine and orders all the cool little boxes and their lights and their shit for their trucks. So they look good, but nobody ever wants to learn rolling the damn hose, the stupid shit.
Man, volunteer firefighters should not be allowed to have lights and shit on their truck. Them motherfuckers don't even need a radio 7/10 of the time.
Right.
Yeah.
All that is a traffic hazard with flashing pretty lights.
Yep. Yeah, they should actually
like they don't train. They don't train. They just want to be able to say they do.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I had it. So that was one of the major falling outs around here. That's because I got no problem. I mean, I call them all out to their face too. It's like, you don't even want to learn how to operate the truck. You just want damn bubble gums on your truck so you look cool when you go to the store.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why in our bylaws we mention members and volunteers, and the members actually get full uniforms from the organization, right? But we do only hold training once a month. It's usually the last weekend of the month. And if you say, "Hey, I'm going to be there," and then you don't show up, then I reach out to you and you're like, "Oh, I did this, or I got drunk and forgot, or whatever," then we have in our bylaws that you showing up to training is like paying for the uniform. So if you don't train up to training when you're supposed to, you get charged for your uniform, and it's like $20, and then the volunteers, we make the uniform for them, but it stays in my vehicle.
Well, if you don't mind me saying, I got to say that's kind of a bullshit type policy. You're not promoting anything positive, because you're basically, I can pay for my uniform and I still ain't got to learn shit. It's just, you ought to, in all honesty, this sounds harsh. If you ain't got to show up for training, then you need to get the hell out, because you're a liability if you're just a body that shows up. If you're not participating in the training, then you become a liability on the scene. So you're worse than the victims that you're going to approach, because you're an unknown variable that hasn't had training, can't be relied upon, and you actually are a liability at that point.
Well, that's where with that policy, it actually got rid of a lot of the bullshitters, and they're like, "Oh, I think maybe I could just be a volunteer and not a member." I'm like, okay, turn in your uniform then. So they turn in their uniform so they don't get charged, but they still show up every now and then.
Well, see, that's your, and no offense, no disrespect to nobody, but there's active scene people, and then there's the supporter groups. Supporter groups, set up your table, hand out water, go down there, grab some donuts and kolaches if need be, or whatever that part is. But you need to stay out of the active area, otherwise you're just bringing more headache to the problem.
Yeah.
Morning, Coffee. What's up?
Can you hear me all right still?
It's kind of faint. Let me see if I can churn you up from here.
I can't get my damn earbuds to work, so I either got to hold the phone or it's propped up, but it's a couple feet away. Like, go get the laptop I need.
Keep talking.
Got it? Got it figured out?
There we go.
All better? All right, cool.
Now you can kick back and look. I'm relaxing through the visual view, sir, so it's all good in the hood.
Got everything halfway organized here. Kids out to school, wife gone to work. Now it's just me and the dog until about 4 o'clock this afternoon to see what we can get into.
Hell yeah.
Watch the world implode, see if any more world leaders get assassinated. I seen another one, the Iran president thing. I seen another thing this morning that the Saudi Arabian king dude, you got like the son that runs the thing, MBS or whatever, but his dad is supposedly dead too from pneumonia.
Oh.
I don't know if that's confirmed or not. I ain't looked into it in a minute.
Well, I will say now, I wouldn't be surprised at how many of these people might start falling off from the little forced vaccine shit. It's kind of all these little actors that are all of a sudden all shriveled up, limping around, half retarded and shit. And it's like, it's amazing how that works.
Right? And on that note, seen another little thing I got this morning from another little intel thing that I think it's North Carolina is trying to enact laws now to where you can't wear face coverings in certain buildings and places again. Well, that shit fell through in a hurry. I couldn't believe there weren't more bank robberies during COVID. I mean, you had a license to be in disguise every time you went in a fucking bank.
Well, dude, and they were letting them rob stores and everything else. You thought some of them mobs would have said, why are we going into the stupid convenience store or Radio Shack type shit? Why aren't we going?
Why am I getting hundreds when I could be getting thousands? I missed like the last hour and shit getting everything ready other than volunteer firefighters. What's the topic of conversation?
Yeah. We were, there it goes. Mayhem was talking about his truck and stuff, and he started up a search and rescue group in Arkansas where they're at. That's what got us on the volunteer fire department. And then if you get me talking about it long enough, it sets me off because then I just go off about these people down here. And it's like, man, you know, for me, that's one of those little things when you see just society falling apart is.
I mean, those, like he's talking about, and them not training. I mean, shit, that's just like, you know, folks should be preparing for the upcoming struggle or whatever you want to call it, the holy war that's about to start.
Well, dude, you're like in a moment. And you're like, you know, you ask for something and you're still in this moment. And then you realize that this person hasn't even been showing up for training. So they really don't understand what you're even talking about. So now all of a sudden, instead of your 2, 3, 4 second little thing that you're doing real quick, you now have to spend 5 minutes to go, no, and you're basically doing this training on the fly shit.
Yeah, on the job shit. Yeah, we're dealing with it in our little, you know, state group we got running around up here. I mean, there's 30, 40 people in it, but hell, only about a dozen of them actually show up to anything. And, you know, we're doing stuff a couple times a month, trying to get people off the computer and actually out to do it. Come on, dog. No alarm clock. Ain't shit getting close to the house without her yipping.
Oh, there you go.
Nope. Oh. What happened?
I think we lost Mayhem.
Okay, I didn't know if maybe my earbuds finally started to start working.
And you have like the same 10 people show up for training.
Yep. I don't know if that was a lag delay or if that was literally he just said, okay, I got a moment. I must say it right now.
I think he's cutting. I think he's got shitty service, sounds like. He's doing the alien thing.
And it's funny, too, because he just got through. He was leaving, so he had a good signal. But somehow he goes talking.
Hell, if he's in the area of the state I think he is, hell, you only got to drive about 300 foot to go from 5 bars to no bars. Pretty hilly up there.
Deplorable says, okay, got to bounce here to work, helping the elderly. Y'all be safe. All right, Deplorable, make it a good day.
Yeah, it's this area on I-30. I don't know why. It just always has a dead spot.
Everywhere has a dead spot. Just, it depends on the device and the time of day.
Crane and all that good shit.
Yeah.
Oh, man. What is it? Well, this is going to be kind of a weird topic because, see, I say things in one perspective, but it'll tap into all the little rabbit holes. But, dude, I think some of our weather things is so I didn't realize this, and I was watching something else, and then I picked up on what he said, and I was like, well, shit. Of course, it feeds into the whole, you know, China's real bad, and everybody's cloud seeding everything, and chemtrails everywhere, but I don't mean it this way. It's just, but they were literally, so they had a hail problem. And I thought, this is interesting. I wonder how much this kind of shit goes down then on the smaller scale. But so China had this hail problem one season, and it was beating the shit out of their tobacco farms. So they literally come up with a way, and I'll have to go back and look up the name of this, what they're putting up into the sky, but they basically made large bottle rockets that had this shit in it, and they would shoot it up into the clouds to break up the hail. So when it would go up and explode, then it's like an aluminum phosphate kind of thing, but the reaction it would have to hail would then disintegrate the hail before it could fall. And what did come down would just be smaller scale, and that was how they could salvage their tobacco
Oh hell! Within a month ago, within the last month, over in Saudi Arabia, they're having them big old floods, and they're doing cloud seeding. I mean, if we want to go down that rabbit hole, I mean, look, this Iranian president thing. There just happened to be a big ass storm right then, and he just happens to misjudge altitude, fly into a mountain. I mean,
oh well, yeah. But no, I mean, just when you think of the basic content, it's like all they're trying to do, they actually start, because I bring up over here, I get it, everybody's the chemtrails, but we've been doing cloud seeding since like the 1700s that I know down here that you can read about, because you can go to these small little towns and like you go up in Nacogdoches and go in the courthouse and you can go read like the old writings of stuff, old newspaper articles from back then, because that's the oldest town in Texas is Nacogdoches, supposedly.
yeah.
So you can go.
That's up north though, ain't it?
It's southeast.
Is it? I thought it was Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and that little corner, the green part.
Well, anyway. Yeah, but we call that the southeast part because the northern part is when you're up towards the Panhandle and above Dallas and stuff.
Gotcha.
But yeah, you're right. It's down around here, Lufkin, right around Louisiana's off to the east side, right above.
Well, that sounds like a lot of white privilege, because I'm sure them Hispanics had towns around the Rio Grande before that.
It was. There was a lot of people from Tennessee, I think, came down to help with the Texas.
Davy Crockett and them?
Yeah.
Was it Davy Crockett and Alamo, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it's Billy Bob Thornton, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But now when you just think about that, I got to thinking going, holy shit. I mean, we always talk about the intentional shit governments do, the big bad brother kind of thing. But just like even on a smaller scale, it's like, and see, I'm a believer that because everybody's so arrogant, nobody wants to admit that the shit that they do affects other people. And so these countries do this shit, but it's the way that, because here's that fucked up part about the round earth thing. But there's a jet stream, and when you have these curvature type items, then the jet streams seem to flow around it. So whenever you do some stupid shit in Dubai, it ends up kind of working its way over here to us. It's kind of like when they had the big desert problem and we had to end up with the red cloud over here. And it's like because it kind of comes along this jet stream shit, around spherical objects. It's weird how that shit works. I know it's crazy. But you just kind of wonder then, because you got stupid shit like that. Dubai's like, hey, we need some rain. And it's like, okay, but what you're doing might have brought a little too much shit for y'all, and y'all learned that lesson, maybe not.
Yeah.
But you just
that's a whole lot of what's starting, man trying to control nature, and it ain't designed that way.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, so far this year, we've had 600 tornadoes touch down. 600.
Yeah, I was watching that one in Oklahoma City last night.
Dude, Houston, that little flood thing that I showed y'all here down in Houston, they had 975,000 people out of power. And it was because 80 to 117 mile an hour winds come whipping through, and it took one of the transmission towers and it folded that bitch like some 12-year-old went batshit crazy on an erector set. I mean,
nice.
All the neighborhoods looked good. They were all still intact. All the poles still up, lines, and it's like, yeah, but that transmission line out there just got folded to the ground.
We ain't been getting much up here. We've had a couple of storms, but they seem to be going south of us more than anything north. It's like splitting around us. Which these folks up here don't know what a good storm is. I mean, as long as I've been living up here, oh my God, there's a tornado coming. Like, bitch, this is a little more than a damn thunderstorm. Calm the fuck down.
Right.
And I've lived here like 8 years, and there's been once where I was actually concerned with a storm that was coming close. That might actually be a decent storm.
You ever seen that short where it was Oklahomian with a Californian, and the Californian was like freaking out about the tornado?
Yeah.
And the Oklahomian was like, no, you ain't got to worry about that. That ain't going to come around here. And later he's like, oh, shit, maybe you might want to freak out. Stay in the truck.
Sounds about right.
Rabbit sent me a picture of his little bubble vehicle. And I kind of zoomed in so I could slide it over because Rabbit, your plate was showing on the front. So I didn't want to do that. So I kind of zoomed it so I could scoot the picture over.
Why does he have blue lights?
Firefighter.
But they're blue. That's not fire department.
Well, it looks like he got red in the middle.
Well, he still got blue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Missouri.
Well,
man.
It depends. Like I know here in Texas, they will psych you out, man. Because everybody has red and blue lights around here, even the construction crews.
Yeah, see, we run just red down here. You only get red and blues on the law enforcement side.
Yeah, up here around Dallas, Fort Worth area, road construction has red and blue. Firefighters have red and blue. Police have red and blue.
Let's see, and this is, you know what? And I'm just going to point out real quick. See, this is what's fucking up the country. Just pointing out the obvious right here. Because see, now your happy ass drives out of Arkansas thinking that everybody runs red and blues, and you happy asses over here in Texas, and we say firefighters run red, construction and road workers run yellow, and it's our cops that run red and blue. So it's not the construction dump truck trying to get somewhere that's behind your ass. It's the popo trying to tell you that you need to either get out of the way or pull over.
Yeah, that's where that's what I was thinking. It's kind of the boy that cried wolf thing. Everybody and your dog's got it. Boy, they sure like to turn them on for every excuse they got. And I'm kind of thinking, I ain't going to yield to you. Fuck you. I'll play this game.
Hey, I don't pull over for nobody. If you got red and blues, then the next thing I better see is some city name or some kind of identification on that door. This little ghost vehicle shit, motherfucker, you just follow me where I'm going. I ain't pulling over on the side of the road and shit for some little ghost vehicle just because you got some dash lights that anybody and their brother with a Gauls magazine can order. I remember when lockout kits, dude. I remember when you used to have to go to like your local police department or sheriff and get a letter before you could buy one of those lockout kits.
Really? Wow.
Oh yeah, way back in the beginning when like the Snap-on started to develop some kits and they started coming up with these actual kits that you could purchase. Yeah. Oh yeah, you had to kind of go get and then they realized that somebody had a bright idea but didn't think of the manpower and the paperwork involved, and it didn't last.
Inflatable airbag thing's the way to go, dude. You can just get a little bulkier to use, like long ass. Yeah, just stick it in the door, pump it up a little bit, slide the thing in there, and hit the lock. The hell with all that jimmying around, trying to find the latches and tumblers and blah blah blah.
Shit, my favorite was an over and under.
That wasn't.
I'd run up with an over and under, and I could just hit that window and shove that right down through that strip, come up, bring it up on the inside, and go tink.
I was never any good at it. That's the one I'd be sitting there fishing for a half hour cussing.
No.
End up just breaking the damn window. I'm gonna have to go find a damn charger.
A lot of people thought mine was a cop. Camden County used trailblazers for their sheriff's department. Like I said before, if you ain't done the shit, then you don't know the shit.
Oh, I've done the shit.
Yeah, well, and like down here, I mean, I can take you down there and show you all the everybody has reds down here.
Yeah, so every state has like different, like with law enforcement. I see more blues all over, which is kind of good. That's universal. I get that, but then when it comes to their other emergency vehicles, some of it's confusing shit.
I always liked like in Chicago. I know they run like green lights on their fire truck. I always thought that looked cool.
Ah.
Well, see, I remember like in the old days down here, okay, construction was yellow, your law enforcement was red and blue, and your ambulances, first responder vehicles were reds. And then here was the kicker. If your first responder vehicle had oxygen on it, you had green.
Really?
Yep.
I wonder if that's what, I never heard that before. I just always thought it's cool looking on the fire trucks with green lights on them. I didn't know there's actually a reason behind it.
When I was looking up the laws for Arkansas to file for the permit, it said in Arkansas, purple is for funeral escort and green is for homeland security.
Huh. Oh, like emergency or yeah. OEM kind of people. That seems like I remember seeing some guys running green lights on OEM shit.
Yeah,
what? Did Tiger come in?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Tiger?
I think it's kind of crazy that it's not universal for the colors, really.
Yeah, that's what Hutch had said too. It should be universal across the board. And see, and I'm just going to say, which by the way, let me take a quick moment. So, good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it's working for you. If I haven't addressed you, apologize. So, this is for everybody. But those are the simple things that it need to, I don't know, uniform. It needs to be addressed. Sorry, squirrel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, but then you kind of go into uniform how, like the whole nation, but then shouldn't it be states' rights? Shouldn't states decide what they want to do?
Well, it ought to be just a mutual agreement on an emergency vehicle.
I mean, I completely agree. If you're
gonna, yeah, no, that's why it would never happen, because that'll be the first counter. Oh, now you're saying that we should just give up our rights. It's like, no, it was called apply common sense.
Which is why I lean more and more towards just anarchy type system anymore. Anarchy is probably not the right word, but
well, I don't know. I think they've redefined that to where now it's okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to. I don't know if it's what governing bodies issue. We do not need governing bodies on anything bigger than maybe a city, and that's pushing. I'm more towards neighborhoods and communities.
Yeah. Didn't they redefine it where like anarchy is not lawlessness, but it's like lackadaisical on law?
No, it just means no government. That's all. It just means no big government.
Well, I can get behind that. Okay. I quit.
Yeah, that's why you redefine it. You can get so hard to keep up.
Yeah, that's the thing, redefining shit. I mean, used to be when it was defined, and you needed to provide some kind of scientific evidence to change that definition, and now everybody redefines everything willy-nilly anymore.
Well, it's what fits the needs at the moment.
Yes.
Yep, that's true.
Trust the science until the science starts telling you what you don't want to hear.
Yeah, trust the science until it goes against your narrative.
Well, hey, we make joke about that, but when you think about it, dude, that's like a Trojan horse.
Yeah.
Because you say trust the science, and of course you're totally batshit crazy, and the things coming out of your mouth, putting 2 masks on your face, and all this crazy shit is complete not science, but you literally have now mind jacked people into the science. So now all of a sudden you don't have basic things that are applied science, things that we've known for thousands of years. That this is a science. It's now been redefined. Science has a different meaning.
And them doing that like that is goes back to the little boy crying wolf thing. Now what happens if a real one comes in and they really need to do that because it's a real thing? Everybody's going to tell them to fuck off.
Yeah.
And then it's either they're going to fight or they're going to die. Because
science is not absolute too. I mean, if it was absolute, I could say, I totally trust the science, but it's not absolute because you have scientists disagreeing on this on one simple topic, because their research found this, and another scientist, their research found that, and it's like, I could trust the science if that science was absolute, but it's always ever changing.
It's almost like, we used to be content with the basic fundamentals, and then it's like, teaching the reading, writing, and arithmetic kind of thing. And then we let you become creative and use your brain and think of, invent, and imagine things. And we've now have a generation that it's like, no, you don't really need to think of it for yourself. You just need to find somebody that's already thought of it for you. And so, we don't try to discover, I wonder how many people are actually researching phones to try to develop a new phone, or is it just the big corporations? How many people are actually trying to, build a new kind of stove? Or do most people even think that way anymore? Do most people even think of trying to just a better way of doing things, or do they just look for what the best rating is that says it's easier to use this? You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
we stop thinking for ourselves and we just let digital world think for us.
Right.
Anarchy is not being redefined. The correct meaning of it is being used. I guess it's open for interpretation, man. I'm not, it's not an argument for me. I just, growing up, anarchy was lawlessness.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Chaos.
it was anarchy.
Yep.
It was just that simple. Anarchy, lawlessness, not anarchy was lawful. So that was just, now is all this.
But I also grew up thinking the police and government were.
Well,
I've kind of learned that ain't necessarily truth no more.
Well, but see, the corn pop, to be honest, the way I view that is like everything else. It's the medical field, the legal field.
And now they fucking kick on. Sorry.
Because people have changed. No, you're cool.
The earbuds finally kicked in, so I lost you as soon as he started talking.
Oh. They were trying to spare you. But no, it's people changed. We apply a badge to that role and uniform, and we apply the title politician to like that group of people. And somehow we take the people aspect out and we say, that's a cop, that's a politician. It's like, oh, Fauci, look at the way we refer to that. That's the medical field is redefined by Fauci. You don't talk about your local doctor that told you to put that mask on. You talk about Fauci getting behind the podium saying, take this jab, put on a mask. We don't talk about the local cop that's probably cool that rescued some kid out of the creek or his bike wreck. We'll talk about the city cop in a state that we don't live in and say that cop. We've redefined that stuff. We don't hold people accountable. And I think it's you could say predefined because it fits another agenda for people. And it's that if you take the accountability away, you take self-accountability away, because I can't call your behavior bad if I'm doing the same thing. So I have to recategorize what you're doing. So it's like a cop that shoves you and we go, oh, he didn't have the right to do it. But we don't say that to that video that's posted thousands of times on video where that dude just beat the shit out of that guy right there. And 19 people all recorded it standing around. We don't point that out. That's not the same, even though the actions are the same. But because this person has this particular set of clothes on, he's removed from the people aspect, and now it's just that category of people. You see what I'm saying? Does that, or is that just?
Yeah, but then you can also get into he chose to put that uniform on and step into that line, so he needs to be held to a higher standard than the Joe Blow with the video camera taping somebody getting.
No, I totally agree with that. We've let the standards go down. We've stopped holding a moral compass, and you should have stepped like the first responder role. You should be carrying yourself above the norm if you're going to step into that. To me, it's the same thing.
And it used to be that people in like those kind of positions were supposed to be apolitical. It wasn't, you didn't have political opinions outside of your home, right, because of the issues it could cause. But now it's red, blue, they've divided everybody.
Yeah.
Man, I remember that too, growing up. As you'd go to job, people would tell you that was the running thing was don't talk politics or religion.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that stays in your house.
Yeah, that's a Thanksgiving rule in my house.
But see,
do not talk politics or religion.
If you change that by bringing up other topics, then you slowly justify bringing politics into religion into the everyday, everywhere life, and then it slowly becomes the dividing factor amongst our nation. And
they've made it to where you don't have to listen. You don't listen to the other side. They're just wrong. They're a whatever bigot or a racist or xenophobe or whatever because their opinion don't match. Used to, people could sit down and have a conversation, not agree, maybe throw a couple fists, and then be good afterwards.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, I see it. I see it all the time. I have friends on the other side, and we actually have some really good conversations, and we find the commonality, but I've also met people that I'm like, dude, I don't even want to talk to you because, like, you're not even open-minded to what I have to say, but you expect me to be open-minded to what you have to say.
Yeah. Yeah, and then that closes everybody's mind off because eventually most everybody's going to get to the point of, fuck, I just don't want to talk to anybody.
Not how it should be. It shouldn't be like that at all.
Come on, EMP, knock us back to 1930.
Right. By the way, Mayhem, I checked the echo back thing on your mic deal, and I also put the background music deals out, the audio. So I checked those 2 boxes. I just wanted you to know what it did.
Is my echo thingy off or something?
Yeah, it was turned off. I was picking up that, but now we're not. It's all good.
Oh, okay.
I only just try to tell people if I jacked the mic settings. I think it only applies to my stream at this moment anyway.
Yeah. I think I forgot to change it last time I was on Indy's karaoke stream. They told me, well, you do karaoke, turn off the echo cancellation, so I did that and forgot to turn it. No, I don't know.
No worries. I was catching up. Oh, apparently Rabbit said he's going to bring his anarchist cookbook to the meetup for you to read through it.
Yeah.
And apparently it's an older version.
Oh, now you have my attention.
Yeah. Oh man, you know what? Speaking
you
of
lost
the
me,
meetup,
then you had me.
Speaking of the meetup, I got a awesome item for the Naughty Marauder. Awesome! I can't wait.
Y'all talking about Hutch, the Missouri one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When is that?
The Naughty Marauder?
No. When's the meetup?
When is it? June 6th through the 9th?
Yeah, that fucking sucks. Needs to be the end of the month.
Yeah. Well, I think some are getting there the 6th. That's the Thursday, but it's the 7th, 8th, and 9th for sure.
So like 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now.
Yeah, it's coming up close.
I think the first one that they did it towards the end of June, I want to say, and it was just way too hot. And then the last one they did it at the beginning of June. It wasn't too bad. It was hot, but it was bearable.
Yeah, I was just saying the end of the month because I'm gonna be down that area around that time. So.
Oh, okay.
That said, Dan, he had to put his sunglasses on because his legs are blinding in corn pop.
Like him?
That's so much whiteness right there.
Shit, that's not the widest part. Man, ginger life is hard, man. We was out doing a little urban operations class thing yesterday. My ginger ass got sunburned. It sucks. I'll burn, get roasted, and then just go straight back to pasty.
Oh. Someone was telling me if you get sunburn and you soak tea bags, and then you get them wet, and then you rub the sunburn with the tea bags, it'll change it to a tan. I've never tried it, but
just sounds like the tea dye in your skin.
Yeah, why don't you just suck it up and go back out in it tomorrow, and it'll finally
No, it won't. Dude, I have done it, tried, and like burnt to blisters, and it just peels and goes right back to white.
Damn.
Maybe if you have you ever done just like a mild, like, ooh, I'm a little red, was out there, but then you chilled it, but the next day do the same thing? Will it slowly change? Maybe.
Well, I mean,
is it just a genetic thing that? Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. See, there's a little difference with your shirt sleeve,
but not much. I mean, look at your arm and see how your farmer's tan is compared to it. I bet it's more noticeable. Yeah.
See,
I don't tan.
Well, I mean,
it's a ginger thing.
Sometimes I mow the grass without my shirt on, and then I put my little tip jar out there at the drive, and I get the
yeah. Gotta make a little money every now and again. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Oh shit! Hutch is like, well, I'll teabag Corn Pop until he gets a tan. Oh hell!
Might like it, Hutch. I mean, I'm gonna be in your area. You know, we can see what we can arrange. We can live stream it.
No.
What's up, Moonchild?
Moon.
I usually get dark enough to look like a Mexican. Where's my free shit? Well, you're already here. See, you're already here legally. It doesn't apply to you. You know, you'd think that there would be people from all these other 160 countries that actually kind of came here the right way. You think that they would be getting extremely pissed off. Kind of like a student loan thing, you know, where all these people that paid their thousands of dollars of student loans and all of a sudden they go, wait a minute, Mr. Government, you're going to do what with my tax dollars? These fucking people can pay their debt. I paid mine. You know, well, you'd think that you'd have people from all these countries going, hey, hold them up. We waited in line. We did it the right way.
Well, they kind of not to the extent they need to be, but I've been seeing a lot of videos of, you know, people standing up and, you know, getting physical with these dipshits. You know, not necessarily illegal immigrants, but, you know, just all the woke bullshit. You know, and, you know, like people coming in shoplifting and people saying, no, you're not, get the fuck out and leave, you know, and physically throwing people out, you know, shit like starting to see that pop up more and more. And not, you know, a couple of years ago, as if somebody done that, oh my God, it's the dude in Texas that shot a homeboy in Austin that just got pardoned. You know, he got sentenced to 25 years during that time, and now he's going free, which, you know, he should have never served a day, but it's here nor there.
The dude on the subway up in New York?
Yeah, chokehold dude,
Yeah. Well, people, you know, that's why I say when people have brought up, you know, well, when do you think people are going to wake up? You know what? When the soccer mom isn't taking the kids to soccer practice without issues, when dad ain't sitting there watching the football game without some issues affecting them directly. When you do that, now all of a sudden you woke them up. Well, see, when they can't go down to that little local store and go in there and get their kid that fucking gum that they want, that they've always gotten for the last 5 years since they've had that kid. Well, see, now you've got their attention because now they have to worry that they might get robbed in doing this. Well, now you got them thinking about, and once they start thinking, they start retro thinking.
But if you let, yes, you're right, it gets to that point, but allowing it to get to that point, when they finally do get to that point, there's only one course of action left up to that point, and that's to spill blood.
Well, that's the comfortness, though, you know?
And
it's like the old drug days whenever you would hear the term tough love, because people would keep giving the dope fiend money going, well, he's going to try. No, he's not. He's just going to go re-up and do his shit. That's that.
Yeah.
Well, see, this is where we're at right now. We have to wake up because right now we're just kind of doing this little, well, you know, that's there. We're still there. It's because it hasn't spread enough like a cancer. It hasn't spread enough to be addressed.
But by the time everybody's awake enough, it's going to be too late. And
possibly. Maybe.
Yeah.
Probably.
Which reminds me, Rescue, have you heard anything, any updates about that, the river guy, the one that stabbed that kid? Like, I know he was found guilty, but they didn't have a sentencing for him yet or something. And I know they were going to appeal.
Still to this, I haven't heard any sentencing on him.
Huh.
So,
I haven't heard about that one.
Oh yeah, there was a dude down here at the river, and he was actually he was out amongst these rafts because they rent tubes down here in the river and stuff. So
I want to do the one with the little slides at New Braffles.
Yeah,
it's got like the big slide that goes. Brazos River. Brazos, yeah. Sorry, squirrel.
No worries. But no, apparently it was like a river set up. The guy goes out. There's these kids. Well, they start jacking with him and knock his phone. Well, his phone goes in the river. He goes to look at it. Well, they just start pushing on him. This one kid comes up, knocks him down. Well, when he does, then he pulls out a knife that he had in his pocket. Well, when that kid come back on him to attack him again, well, he gutted that kid.
Yeah.
And so then this chick comes up and he ends up cutting her. He's feeling attacked. Well, then they all start freaking out because now somebody just bled in the water. So all of a sudden and they filed charges on him, and they convicted him. And of course, and it's the typical thing because all the kids are now all dressed up and they all have their hair done, and the pictures of them are all the graduation picture type things. It's not the actual little thug ass bullshit that they were showing this guy out here. And no, that's not show.
We don't need to see Jaquan's or middle school picture. Let's go ahead and see what he's doing now when he's 18.
Yep.
I mean, if I was in that situation, I would probably do the same thing. Because if you look at the physique of those young men, they were built like they look like they were football players.
You're in a body of water. It ain't a matter of getting your ass beat. They can dogpile you and drown your ass.
Yeah.
Who brought the knife in?
The
Did
old
they
man.
bring the? Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
he had it in his pocket.
What'd you say? It's
Dude,
well, I mean, it's multiple guys.
I got one in my pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm in a pair of shorts.
I have one on me all the time. Yeah,
So
especially if you're tubing or
you're at the
like
river.
I know he was snorkeling on the river because he was looking for people's stuff, because people lose stuff at the river all the time, and you never know. Like he might need a knife to cut a rope, something's tangled, or like divers carry knives all the time with them.
Huckleberry says he's ice. Vanilla ice. I don't know where that came from, but then it's Huckleberry, so you never know where Huckleberry's mind has been. So,
Yeah, who's Vanilla Ice?
Huh?
I don't know. Confused.
Squirrel. Oh,
He gone.
he gone.
Oh, I don't know, man. There's a whole lot of shit going on that makes it's hard to believe in just coincidences anymore.
Oh no,
Makes you think something big's about to happen.
Dude, this is May. I mean, in about 6 or 7 more days, 4 years ago, that was around the George Floyd riot started.
Yeah. Oh yeah, all that mess is just waiting on one good spark.
Well, no,
I mean, like the debate. Yeah. Well, they'll take advantage of the chaos, but all those BLM Antifa folks, they're just waiting on their excuse for the summer.
Well, that's your pro-Palestine shit now.
Yeah. I mean, the other shit will fire up. The police are going to smoke somebody somewhere sometime this summer that's going to be questionable, and it's going to flip everybody off. And then you're going to have that mess. And you're going to have, all those guys coming in, too.
It'll be the swing state.
Hell, I don't even think it's going to get to November. I mean, you got like the debate coming up. There ain't no way in hell Joe Biden's going to be able to debate him. What are they going to do on that? They just going to cancel at the tail right there at the last minute and then leave that hanging. All Democrats are already calling bullshit on him. I mean, what happens if he just don't come out of the White House and takes a dirt nap? Then how's that play out? You got all this shit going on, Iran and Israel, Ukraine, Russia, Slovenia.
Oh man,
people are waking up. The people are waking up. The power elites are got to seize their control. Shit's gonna get spicy in a hurry.
Dude, I said it 2 years ago, 3 years ago. This election is going to be so primary around the world because this is the largest country leadership election around the globe that we've ever had. So you got so many countries that are having their leaders elections this particular year.
Yeah. But I mean, like our election, even if it does happen, what does it matter? What does it matter?
Oh, I think it matters.
Either one, they're both the same. One of them's just more funny than the other. One's senile and got dementia, and one's an arrogant prick.
I see it's become so divided that if we could actually pull off the House and the Senate and the White House, that there would be a constitutional change back to the Constitution.
I don't think so. Look, they've shut down the Freedom Caucus people. They just tried to oust Johnson, and the elites, the power brokers came together, and they don't have that power anymore. I mean, the elite, whatever you want to call them, the theys are going to hold their control. and they're
Well, they're
getting
gonna
more
try.
desperate in how they're getting more desperate in their means of holding on to it.
See, that's what actually though encourages me, because you only start to panic when you think all your options are running out. Otherwise, you'd be a cool as a cucumber.
And when they think their options are that worries me, because they're going to press harder, and we're kind of getting to the point that there's only one way to fix this, and that's not by talking peacefully.
Well,
Yeah.
Sorry
about that.
I
Had
would
a
hate
phone
to
call.
see that. Oh, no worries. I personally, I can see. I mean, yeah, I get where that is. I think that the problem with just going straight to like something like that is that then there's no foundation. That would be no different than the Iraq shit. Let's go over there and let's just total destabilize the region and go, oh, well, that's kind of what would happen here, because we, when we talk about 76, well, we forget the 10 years prior to that of the building and the founding of the foundation that we were.
But how many years deep are we into that current 10 years? Well, at least 4, 8. I mean, do we want to go back to Obama? He was kind of the start of the modern. We're deep into that pre-build-up decade.
Well, yeah, I think. Well, yeah, I would. If we hand it over in November, I would say that could potentially start our 10-year thing. That would be when we finally have had enough of sending our tax dollars over. Everybody is finally realizing enough that maybe we can start to gather a party and we can go, hey, this is
but you're going to have the same. It's going
right now. You can't even get 200 people on a YouTube channel to agree. If you got 3,000 people, you wouldn't get 200 people to all agree.
Oh shit, no.
So that's why.
Or somebody's going to say the Earth's flat and the moon landing was fake. There'll be somebody in there. But yes, even if they do win, it's going to be the same majority of the same assholes, and they're going to do the same shit. It's just going to be a different one sitting on television.
Only if we let them. See, here's where I think.
How are we not letting them? How we've been letting?
Here's Sorry. Where the magic happens. The magic happens when the people that are into that kind of bullshit, the politics, the management, when those people also wake up along with us, which that's where I bring up, they actually have a group. It's the Heritage Foundation, and they have actually a group of people that if Trump does get in, they're ready to replace a whole lot of administration level people.
Didn't he say that last time too?
No. This is nothing like.
He's going to drain the swamp.
Oh, that was.
It's political propaganda. He's trying to get elected.
No, I see this. That was. I think he was naive. He just will never admit to that. And so that's what drain the swamp was, because there's that. It's like right now. You think Biden's not doing this shit? Biden's being told. That's why he looks stupid. So you don't think that? I mean, it's come out. Our own intel agency was actually against Trump. So the whole information, I think he did the best he could with what he had at the moment. And that's just the past. If you look at right now, what's in play, look up project2025.org.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
All the deeps. That's now actually addressing the swamp. But I will say this, and this might offend some people, and if it does, it's not a direct personal attack, but that whole drain the swamp phrase, when people focus that, I just want to know, when he got elected and said that he was going to drain the swamp, did everybody that's pissed off now get up and go down and start participating in their local school boards and participating in their local county courts and their city command? Oh, wait, you mean you still sat down and enjoyed the paychecks that got bigger and the more comfortable life and expected one guy to fix this whole fucked up corrupt government? That's kind of, I'm just pointing out, that seems kind of strange thinking, but
I will agree. You're absolutely correct in that. And fuck, I had a counterpoint. Now I lost it. Damn it. Give me a minute. Oh, I know what all right. Yes, you were absolutely right and all that. Nobody stepped up really on the local level. But, the one guy, he's the motherfucker that got on national TV and said, I'm going to do it. He's the one that got up there and spewed that propaganda. That's on his shoulders. He's the boss. Captain goes down with the ship.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you're the captain and you say, I'm getting us there, and you're standing there at the helm and you're there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, what about the dude down in the engine room that says, fuck it, I'm cutting the fuel off? Or the guy
march your ass down there to the engine room and throw his ass off the ship.
Well, but they tell you the wrong directions. You keep doing circles around the boat because you're just fresh captain.
Then you go over to your navigator and you say, what the fuck is going on? Get your shit together, or you throw his ass off the ship.
Well, see, I think that's where we're
But
at.
all he did was kept bringing in the same motherfuckers that's been doing it for 30 years. John Bolton, William Barr. I mean, hell, who else? You know, he didn't bring in new faces to drain the swamp. He brought in the fucking swamp to drain the swamp. That's going to work.
See, let me ask you this. This is because people forget he was not a politician. Up until that point, all the politicians wanted to be in the room with him. He didn't hang with them. They hung with him, just like the movie stars, the singers, and, you know, everybody. It was all about the Trump. They was all cool with that. And what's ironic is people only remember the whole Apprentice thing. They don't remember that, oh, no, he was a popular realtor before that, a developer. Mm-hmm. So his people knowing about him, it was so weird to watch how that was so positive and just, oh, it was fine, until this moment. And within 3 years span, he became the bad guy, part of it. He's one of them. He didn't. And it's like, holy shit. That was a lot on some shoulders, but hell, look at all the attacks he's going under. Nobody even really acknowledges that this has never happened before. Look at all the shit.
But I mean, what?
How many people email their state representative? How many of those Democrats that vote all this shit? How many people that would hear this live in one of those people's districts? And how many people have actually called or emailed them and said that this is bullshit? We know you're corrupt or anything. But see, there's a lot always talk. And when the American citizen becomes an active American citizen again, is when the tsunami changes direction. Because that's kind of will be our 2025 freedom call. Will be you need to participate as an American citizen.
Yeah,
something. And an American citizen. That's what makes us different. Makes us best.
I think. Trump didn't drain the swamp, but he also exposed a lot of the hidden swampers, you know, like he exposed the swamp.
Yes, I will absolutely agree with that. He did open a lot of eyes. But
so maybe draining the swamp wasn't just him. Maybe he was meaning that, look, I'm going to show you all this and I need you guys to also do your part.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or are we going to take the same thing that we gripe about the liberals that were wanting all handouts from government? Are we going to say that, well, we were really just wanting this one guy to fix everything? See, at one point your yes is a yes or your no is a no. So you got to own it. And that's why I think that it's not just him. It's going to take people acting no different than this radical bullshit screams all their crap. It's going to take a constitutional Republican type American citizen to say, well, no, we're getting rid of all this government shit. We go back to our basics. States do their thing, you know, but it's going to take, because why are so counties different from others?
You'd have
people in those counties are different. And so it's going to take that unifying of what does freedom mean? Do you even see this country as the land of freedom anymore? Or has your mind included?
I agree with what you're saying. My argument to it would be, that's going to take so much time. To do that, you're going to have to do what the radical left has done. And they spent the last 20, 30 years building that infrastructure, getting those people in places to control everything. Are you willing to spend the next 2 decades living under this shit trying to fix it? Do you have 2 decades left to live under this? I don't know if I do. No. I don't want my son living in it.
But see, I think that we have the one advantage we have is they started their, we'll just say, propaganda type pitch as we were coming into this age. We're here now. And so and that's why I think that, and I just encourage everybody, you need to get, even if you don't have kids in that school, if you pay taxes, and whether you agree with taxes or not, if you're doing if there's any documentation that shows you pay $1 into that county tax thing that goes to that school, that means you've got an active voice in that school district. So go look at what books are they doing. I mean, there's something you can do just because you woke up alive this morning. It's like, wow, are they reading some shit to some youth in my area? I pay taxes. I'm going to go down. Let me look at what's in the library. You have that right. But see, they tell you you don't have rights. They tell you.
On that note, I've been I was really worried about my kids. He started kindergarten last year. I was really worried about him going to the public school system about that. And I spent a lot of time digging through his school every chance I get, trying to find shit. I ain't found nothing yet, which I'm thankful for. I'm really surprised. Good. Really surprised by, considering the school district we're in. Well, it's not a conservative area.
Well, I think that's what Rescue's trying to get at. Like, how many people in their area know their sheriff? Yeah. How many people know who's on the school board? How many people know who their county clerk is? Not a lot of people didn't know that, because they don't really. I'm too busy to even participate in that, all that. But let me bitch about what's going on in my own
I got
county.
time for a Facebook post.
Yep.
It's like I've got time to post. I think I got bit by a water moccasin. What should I do? And I'm going to wait for a Facebook response versus I can dial 911.
Right.
What's up? Morning, Miss Sandy. Because it is when you. Because that's all, man. It hits me hard. I gotta say that's my grandkids. Man, I sit here and I look at like little man and I go, shit, dude. And I'm thinking, I'm picturing him when he is 18 and you're what job, what's work going to be like for you? What's life? What's going to be being pumped out? I'm from a fucking Jetson kind of childhood, hell, oh man, look at that boy. Whenever I'm old, it'll be flying vehicles. We'll have Rosie. It was just goofy shit. You just had, but it's like now you look and you go, holy shit, man, and see, and I'm after raising my kids was a hardcore lesson is you, and I don't mean to, I'll put everything back to me. I had the best laid plans. As soon as she said she was pregnant, man, my brain went into like, oh shit, okay. And I started kind of formulating. So I didn't know parenting, but I was thinking it through, and I thought I was applying the best forward thinking I could as I raised them. But the one thing I look back and I didn't realize all the hurdles and headaches along the way. And I blamed it on other things up until I had time to reflect. It's that, dude, once they go out that fucking door, you think you don't know shit. You don't know shit, in all honesty. Yep. I'm going to say that. I apologize. I retract the word you. I didn't know shit. I thought I did because I said this. I said this. But when they go out there, the influence, the shit they hear, just the casual and the shifting it can do if it doesn't have mutual support. If they're not hearing that from in a Dolby surround sound, oh dude, that monotone type sound, they'll get shifted off of that so quick.
But you can't bubble wrap them either.
No. But see, now if I could go back now, I would I would be focusing on the character.
Yeah.
Holding people's character accountable. I would actually make that a raising topic. Now, as soon as little man gets old enough and we're having conversations, I want him to understand it. And I'm going to explain people's character. You need to, it's kind of like the old conversations that I used to have, like with my grandfather would tell you how your handshake, that's your word, and your word is your bond, young man. Don't ever forget that. If you say it,
to this day, I judge motherfuckers on their handshake.
And so,
you give me a limp hand, I'm done with you.
That's it. Well, see, and that was okay back then because the majority of men and women around us were strong people. Well, now to counter that, you've got to, and I want to focus on little man and my granddaughters. You got to watch and listen to people's character because there's, especially with this digital shit, it's so easy to be bullshitted. And so it's, hell, just think about it. I could be raising my daughter now, piss her off because I don't want to buy her the latest iPhone. So she goes to school. Some damn dipshit in the classroom goes, spends a day or two on the phone, my kid goes back, and all of a sudden they're showing a video going, oh, look, your dad posted a video on his Facebook saying that you're just little shit and that you'll never get a damn phone. Well, you don't even know this exists, but all of a sudden, guess what? Your child comes in with hate towards you, and it just flips switch, and you never had a clue. It's just not saying that ever happened. I was thinking of a stream because it's like you walk through something, and you think, that's kind of crazy, but man, it's influential.
It's sad that social media influencers have more effect on your children than parents do.
But social media. But like you're talking about, that's modern though. That's social media influencers are today's generation. What movie stars were for us.
What's up, fish sticks?
And basketball, sports ball players and whatnot.
This is the new town hall. So this is the park that we used to go down to. The little town center run strip that we used to run is, this is now
cruising the strip. That was fun.
This is your strip now.
Yeah. So
it's Instagram, YouTube, whatever, TikTok, Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute. The list goes on and on. Tinder, whatever whatever that.
Yeah. So whatever you want, you can get in the palm of your hand.
That's it. And so that's so you think, oh well, safeguards, man. You know what? Here's what that child lock shit on these things is like your door lock. It's going to protect you to a certain level against the curiosity of your child. But if your child gets curious enough, your program ain't going to work because they're going to go to school and within 5 minutes they'll have written directions on how when they get home they can take your phone and now all of a sudden your shit's unlocked.
The parents also need to go by that rule too and put them some bitches away. I mean, it's a struggle for me to be, just to sit outside and not, be sitting here, listening to something on my phone or, working in the garden, having the radio playing in my ears. Like, man, you don't need something all the fucking time. Mm-hmm. But everybody's so accustomed to it now that you got to have some kind of stimulation constantly.
Mm-hmm. That's why when I get home with my kids, my phone is usually put away. I come back and I'm like, oh man, I got some missed phone calls and I got all these, YouTube notifications. And I just don't, like my kids are important to me. They want to play outside. So I go outside.
I've gotten to be my trick here lately is, I'll give my kid my phone when he gets home from school and he wants to play Roblox or Minecraft or whatever. Be like, all right, I got 50% battery. He can play for about 45 minutes and the phone's going to be completely dead.
Right.
Then I got to put it on the charger, and now neither one of us have a phone, and we got to do other shit for an hour while that thing charges.
Right. That's a good one. I like that.
G-Mom Merkel says, I'm not living without tunes, you hater.
I don't want to either, but, just that listen to hear just nature.
I like the nature sometimes, the quiet time, but I will say I do enjoy just listening to the good old-fashioned radio.
Yeah, and we just bought a vinyl record player. The old lady found like 170, 800 old vinyl records, like good ones too, like Alabama, and there's a bunch of Alabama and Dwight. There's a whole bunch of good people in there.
Oh, there you go.
And so we just bought a vinyl record player, and that's her thing now. She'll put one of them on, and we're doing house shit until that thing stops playing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we have one too, and like when I was outside working yesterday, I was cleaning up the pool and everything, getting it ready to fill it up with water, put all the chemicals in. And while I was cleaning it out, like if I normally when I do hard work, I like to listen to some tunes, because it kind of gets my mind off the hard work, and you'd be surprised, But if I had my earphones in, I wouldn't have heard my cat's kitten stuck in the tree, and I had to climb that. I was like, where are you? And it's like, meow, meow. I'm like, where the fuck are you? And then I found it, and I was like, oh, there you are. And I had to climb the tree, And I
done that one time, climbed up a damn tree to get a cat out and brought it down with a pillowcase. And I was like, never again. They'll figure their own way out. Like 30 foot up in a fucking oak tree on a ladder with, at least yours was a kid and shit. It's like full grown cat in a fucking pillowcase going bad shit. I was like, I'm about to eat shit. This is how it ends.
Yeah. And the way that I had to do it, because I was like, oh man, I don't know how I'm going to get you down. So I climbed it and I grabbed it and I put it on a different limb, like lower. And I lowered myself, and then I grabbed it and put it on a lower limb, climbed down, and then finally picked it up off. And then the damn bastard acted, it was like scared and everything. And then now when I see it, it still runs away. I'm like, yeah, thanks. I risked myself climbing up that tree for you, and you can't even give me a thank you. Fuck you,
right?
Little thing.
I ain't the cat person to rescue. I stick with people. People are dogs, cattle, not cats.
I've always liked cats better than dogs. Dogs are usually too needy. Cats are just chill. Yeah.
No, hold on. I want to read this though. Hutch said, whoever your child spends the most time with is who creates their foundation. Parents push their kids onto other people and wonder why they are how they are. Parents drop the ball. Exactly. Well, see, the parents get all pulled off in the adult toys. What's the latest and greatest? The biggest new bass boat, want the bigger truck, the newer four-wheeler, whatever the little take is. And so are you sacrificing? But as long as everybody's entertained, and I'll be honest with my shit, I own up to mine. Mine was work, man, because work was almost like a vacation for me. But then I like work because I don't know, man. It sounds kind of corny, I guess, but I mean, I like helping people and I like achieving and accomplishing shit, especially other people that couldn't do it. Man, if I hear other people are having an issue, I think I'd just like to fix it just because it feels good to fix it. And it's like there. I know I was helpful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And like my oldest daughter, she's on the spectrum. Like she's not full blown autistic, but she's got some of the autistic traits, like sensory disorder. And if I was one of those parents that were like, here, shut the fuck up, here's a iPad, play on that, like, since I spend so much time with her on the weekends, I know when it's one of her sensory disorders or whatever, and I know how to react to it. And most parents would be like, "Oh, what the hell is wrong with you? Here's this medication." And like I give my daughter coffee, and it's better than medication. It does the like exact opposite than like Ritalin. Like I could easily give her Ritalin, but I don't like what it does.
You're doing the same thing. Well, Ritalin's just a stimulant.
Yeah.
Ain't it? Or no, that's Adderall.
Yeah.
Well, never mind. Sorry.
It's a stimulant. It's a stimulant, but it like has the opposite effect, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You give her the coffee, and it does the same thing. There's caffeine in the coffee. Yeah. Acting as a stimulant without all the pharmaceuticals. I dig it. Yeah, I dig it.
Right.
By the way, just real quick. So, Sandy says, I've been watching Corn Pop, and she wants your chair, and I'm kind of saying, so exactly what? Well, no, see, that'd be
Costco.
So let me put it like this. I'm going to ask it like this. So it's at Costco, and then so will that chair hold about a 300-pound person?
Yeah, I think it's rated like 400 pounds.
Oh, okay.
I'm 250, and it's
okay.
If it was a little taller, it'd be great. I'm too tall for it, so my feet are on the ground. Short person, like the wife, she's great. She can dangle her legs. And
what kind of legs are at the base? Does it have like a triangle with a?
Yeah, it's good. See if I can figure this shit out. Oh, did I turn it off?
Nope. There we go. Oh, earbuds.
How do I turn this motherfucker around?
Going to the camera.
Yeah, it's just got.
And then,
can y'all see it?
Okay, there you go. Got the crossbar.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. And then it just.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
Cool.
Yeah, it's like $70, I think, at Costco. I wish I'd have got another one. I didn't think I'd like it, so I didn't get me one.
I might have to put. If I got something like that, I'd probably have to put the base. I'd have to build some kind of base to raise it up because the leg bend would actually tweak my spine probably.
That's my. If it was a little taller for me, where I could dangle my legs, that'd be great. I got a little footstool. I got to keep my feet up on to be comfortable now.
I pretty much got to be damn near at almost like a perfect 90 between my hip from my thigh to my back. Otherwise, I start feeling I'll go numb down my legs because something's pinching.
Yeah, this probably wouldn't work for you because it kind of swings you backwards.
Yeah, I got I got my dad for last Father's Day. I got him a fishing chair and a folding fishing chair. It's got where you can pull up the. It's like a little side table on it with a cup holder, and it's a triangle or not? Yeah, triangle frame on both sides, and it swings back and forth too. And my mom says he loves that, and I was like, "What about you, Mom? You like it too?" She's like, "Yeah." I was like, "All right, I'll get you one."
That's next when we make our monthly Costco run. If they got another, and I'll probably pick up one or two more. Because we had like the big, you get them at Walmart. They got like the little hydraulic piston on them, rocker camp chairs, and those are kind of cool as shit too. But yeah, this thing's the way to go if you ain't having to pack it around. It's not a mobile kind of thing. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to move.
Well, I was on point until I read Kiss Offs. Apparently, man, I don't know. I'd have to start getting leery. So she goes, I don't know why they are not checking on this, but whatever. Pizza delivery came and said, "Is this yours?" I said, "Is it paid for?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Right, house. This is twice now." So she's apparently had pizza delivered at their house twice that's been paid for, although it really isn't their pizza.
Is it actually pizza in the box though? Because I've seen something going around a while back. People coming up with a pizza box and wrong house. Oh, there's nobody here. Okay, hey guys in the car, let's go. This house is empty.
Oh well, no, it could be. I could be paying for some pizza. I mean, because I'm assuming that it's had pizza in it. Because she said this is twice now, so she's not saying like it was something else. One came the other night after 9 a.m. Oh, they might have just been checking to see if you were home and went ahead and gave you the pizza at the door.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's paid for here.
Yeah, so it was a 2-3 weeks ago. I seen something about those little Ring doorbell cameras catching. They sending some girl up with a pizza box, and nobody was there. Then her boyfriend and his little crew come in behind her.
Hey, the next time that goes down, Kiss Off, what you do is you go to the door, have Chuck go ahead and lock and load behind you, and whenever you say, "Is it paid for?" and he goes, "Yeah," and he goes, "Well, let me call the store and ask real quick and make sure, because I think there's supposed to be something else." And then you pull up your phone, and that way Hutch will be prepared, because it'll be like, oh, or all of a sudden shit's fixing to go. Oh shit, they're calling. They're gonna know I'm full of it, and then get a little stupid. Chuck says, "Don't get stupid."
And she may just have a secret admirer too. I mean, I'd rather get a pizza than a bouquet of roses anyway.
Well, I gotta say, until you said that little story, I was thinking of it being like somebody put some fucking laxative shit or something. Or there's something to this. There's a reason why somebody pizza.
or you open up the box and it sprays us like sleep agent on you, so that's how they rob you while you're at home. Not giving nobody any ideas.
Shit like that kind of makes me want to get one of them little Ring door cameras, but then I don't want one of them little Ring door cameras. But then I think, shit, I carry around a damn camera and recording device 90% of my day. I'm still weary of the whole electronic shit in the house. We got an Alexa, but
well then you're there.
Yeah, but I mean, hell, you are too. You got an iPhone. You're there too.
No
well, you got a cell phone. They do the same shit.
That stays here on the desk, covered up with the back camera covered up when I'm not even in the room. I'm weird like that. I don't do wireless.
Come on now. He puts it in a Faraday cage every day.
My old lady's laptop has a Cat 5 cable running from the switch up over into the living room with about a 15-foot dangle cord she can drag around, and it's like, you plug the laptop. We're not doing Wi-Fi. We don't do Wi-Fi on the phones. Use Verizon cellular. That's it. Not connected to the house.
I've kind of came to embrace it. I take mine with me on any kind of thing and be uncomfortable. Like, it's time to take that big morning shit. Come on, Mr. FBI, man, you're coming with me. Me and old lady going fool around. Let's go, 3-letter agency. You're getting to listen to all 4 minutes of this glory.
Oh, what did I miss? Rescue some of those chairs at warehouse stores. You can look at their site online, click the specs, and they list max weight.
Yeah.
right now a lot of free delivery for stuff too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I forget about it. They do the delivery shit.
Yeah, well, sometimes that can change here, dude. I went to order a damn 16-foot cattle guard. Is the last thing we need for the fence out here to find us putting that up. Well, now I've just got to figure out a way. Apparently, I'm going to go. I think probably the cheapest way is if I rent some little U-Haul truck for a day for, I think it's $20 or some shit, or $15 for the day local, which I hope they consider this local, although it's really not, but should be for around here. Damn it, Chief. You start a business around here, you should know.
It's a mileage thing, whatever. Their local is within certain mileage.
As long as it's within 50 miles, then I'm
they'll probably like, you got over 100 miles, you got to pay 25 cents a mile kind of bullshit.
Yeah, because dude, just from the town, what we would call the big town, to get it, I could get it shipped to an address there, and it's like $60 and would be there within 4 days. And I went ahead and changed it and put mine, and it was like, okay, it's a month later, and it's going to cost me like $160 something. And I'm like, yo, dude, I don't know what kind of shit that is. So I told the old lady that it's like, okay, well, I guess the cheapest way for me is going to be to probably rent a U-Haul truck for the day, and then I can strap that thing in an 8-foot bed and half of it, and I'll tie a flag on the end, and we'll just drive it home.
Yeah.
I save that money, go to Harbor Freight, get you a little MIG welder, and build your own.
Yeah, well, then I got to get the tubing, and I got to get that brought.
Yeah.
Then I got to set me up some legs to work off of.
Right.
And then
you'd have all that. But then you'd have it all next time. You'd be prepped. You'd be prepped.
Well, I had a welder. I used to have man. I had my whole little couple of traders and my welder. That's when all this kind of hit. That's why I would tell anybody, if you ain't reached that age yet, you want to start preparing, don't think you got all your shit together unless you have a good little stockpile somewhere, because you just don't know when shit hits the fan. And I used
to be able to weld a little bit, but it's been a long time since I tried any of it.
I love stick welding. Dude, one of them little cracker box Lincoln welders is awesome.
I was all right with a stick, but I was pretty good with MIG, but MIG's pretty simple as long as you get your gas and shit right. But
later, Hutch.
The stick
is later, Hutch.
What is it? Yeah, because he had said something too, and then I got sidetracked with Kissoff's thing. He had a good point for the kids. We were telling our children that shiny shit is more important than we would rather work or live instead of spending time with them. Time is what they want.
Yeah. Yeah, no, my kids are like that. They always ask me, Daddy, you gotta go to work tonight? Yeah, baby. Aw, you didn't spend I'm spending 2 days with them, but they have so much fun with me, that they hate that I have to go to work. But I'm like, baby, I gotta go to work. I'll see you next weekend. We'll do the same thing next weekend, or something different.
You gotta show the difference. You have to be the change that you're wanting to see, and that's I think it was the Tom McDonald or I don't know, one of them people came up with that saying, and I thought, man, see, that's right fit, because you really got to walk it. Otherwise, they don't have a reference.
But that requires so much work and effort.
Exactly, and that's when the EMP thing would work for me, as long as we just need to do global EMP.
I mean, I don't want to go back to like Stone Age or medieval times. I'm thinking we're in 2024. I just want to go back 100 years. Give me 1920s, 30s technology, and I'll be golden.
Yeah. Hey, I know. We could just, if we just release all the patents that they have stashed, that they've confiscated, and let's just put some of those patents to work, and let's see how things come out. Maybe people can be self-accountable, and so if you figure out a way to power your place, then that's so cool. And if you want to sell it to some neighbors and make you some money, then that's cool too. Maybe we don't need 3-letter agencies to come in and swipe your shit and then stick it in the back file cabinet. Yeah.
Fucking dumbass.
But I
Just
will
because you
say,
can do that doesn't mean you should do that, dumbass.
well, that's what I
Sorry,
will say when it comes
I was
to this.
talking about. Sorry.
This is me and Bushido had this a couple years ago, and I still stand firm on the hydrogen thing in cars. I'm not okay with that until it gets shown that you can make that where it's not explosive. Otherwise, I'm looking at gas powered things that people can't even keep without smacking other shit, much less shit that has hydrogen producing shit in the tail end when they decide to plow into shit.
Well, you make people be more responsible drivers. For every accident it's your fault, you lose a finger.
Well, that or you knock out 10 or 12 cars around you as it goes off.
You'd be lucky if that's the only thing you lost.
Right. Yeah. A little painful reinforcement. Remind people to pay attention to what they're doing.
That's right. That's why I agree with Rescue about bringing back the gulag, public execution. It's like, hey, if you do this, this is what we're going to do to you.
We need to bring back dueling, and then we need to, it's like Peru, one of them South American countries, like one day a year is like kind of like a mini purge. And if you got beef with somebody, you come out and you throw hands, beat the fuck out of each other. And after that day, you got 364 days to, what is it?
Yeah, come on, folks.
Cow, blow up cow or something?
Yep. Blow up cow. This is because Kiss Off has, ever since I finished the chicken coop and shit, it's been like, yo, you need to get a cow. I don't need no fucking cow. You need a cow. I don't need a cow. You need a cow.
No.
I told her the other day going, you know what? Go ahead. Yeah, send me a cow. And I'm going to give you the address to the meat market right down here that's going to cut it up because I'll put them steaks in the freezer. So what
you're right. You don't need a cow. You don't need a cow. You need a mini donkey.
Man, I got enough jackasses around me.
Come on, man. But it'd be a mini one, though. So that'd be even more cool.
A little jackass?
Right? Little jackass, big jackass.
Yep.
Well, I got a son and a grandson.
Generational jackasses.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It was Gandhi that said, be the change you want to see in the world. So there you go.
Yep.
Yeah. Tom McDonald, Gandhi, same thing.
Yeah. One of my buddies, his neighbor has a donkey, and every time I'm over at his house, you'll hear, "Eehaw, eehaw," and I'm like, some jackass is talking.
Yeah, every time we go down the road to get up on the highway, there's a house down here. He's got a cool little ranch. He's got a couple, and every now and then they're lined up just right at the fence, and we go by, and I go, "Shit, you didn't tell me your mom and dad were coming to visit."
Yeah.
Nowadays, she just goes, "Whatever." I've already worn off the whole. Fuck you.
I mean, it's funny. My oldest likes unicorns. My oldest likes unicorns. My youngest likes llamas. And you should have seen her face when she discovered that llamas are real. It was so funny. She thought they were fake too, like unicorns, you know? It's so funny. I was like, yeah, I guess I got to take her to to one of these llama ranches. She would lose her ever loving mind.
Let's go ride a llama.
Yeah. I showed her videos of the drama llama. I was like, this is how dramatic they are.
Oh, Lord.
She thought that was so funny. She's like, show it again, Daddy, show it again.
Don't they spit, too?
Yeah.
Isn't it llamas that spit?
Yeah.
Rabbit, my kids like dragons and demons.
Dragons and demons? Uh-oh.
Weird.
Yeah. I gotta say, I never really liked demons. Now, there were games I liked the graphics. I'm sure that nowadays they would be demons, but like called that. But like for me, it was just like games like Diablo or some shit like that, or some movie. I like the graphics, but
Oh.
Skull and crossbones. I don't know where that even kind of come in. It's just always been one of them little things you'd do because if you were cool, you had skull and crossbones.
Pirates, man.
Yeah, I guess it was
living outside the law. Renegade.
Yeah.
Renegade. The old Judas Priest breaking the law.
Oh, fucking hey.
Which I gotta say, I can remember, buddy. I could live moments like it was a song. I could hear something and be like, "Oh yeah," and somehow that would shift things.
Oh shit, dog. We got to do something here in a minute. We ain't done a damn thing this morning.
Yep, I'm coming up on 4 hours, so yeah, I'll probably shut her down and try to eat something, and then here in a couple hours, I might try to go live again.
We got about an hour, maybe two, before it gets too warm. Got to take my little afternoon siesta and let the weather get right again. But I got a couple hours, so I can get something done around here.
Shaggy dude.
Maybe after one more bowl.
Oh yeah, that's me. I'm Shaggy Dude. D-Dog calls me that.
Yep. They said, "Hey, Pop, hey, Shaggy dude."
Yeah, because I do Shaggy and Scooby's voice. Like, hey, Scoob. Looks like we're about to be done. Racking.
Awakened onto something. Unicorns may be in the Antarctic.
What? It might be. I don't know.
In the Antarctic.
My oldest tries to convince me they're real.
Have y'all been following that Antarctic shit with the big blast or whatever is coming out, making the anomalies and whatever here lately? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I hadn't heard that.
There's been something popping up on like these weather radar, flight tracker apps. One of the things.
Oh, the black spot that shows up.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I've heard something about that.
And then all the other stuff about secret military bases and alien life under Antarctica and blah 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 blah.
Well, yeah, that's where they're working with the U.S. government because they've waited all this time since they've been here for thousands of years, but they waited for America to get discovered and for us to have a corrupt administration that then they could work with in cahoots to then all of a sudden start harvest us for our souls and our power and our harvesting of gold. I think I covered most of that. I'm not sure.
Sounds about right.
Chickens didn't have to learn how to swim. They what they did is I felt really bad for them after the fact, though. During it, I was like, oh shit. But they got up in that coop, man, and they just kind of sat up there and would kind of look out the door. They didn't want nothing to do with them little rapids that were going down under there. After we ended up moving them after the first time. I haven't moved them since this last time. That's why I just need to go ahead and get them a pen set up so then they can kind of free range.
Yeah.
Project I want to tackle in the near future is getting a big coop set up, area caged in, and there's a breeding pair of red-tailed hawks that lives in the field behind the house. And I watch them sit out there and hunting field mice and shit in the field. I was like, man, I want to get rid of them, but shit, I started throwing some chickens up in here. We're gonna be having some fights. I was like, man, this has to be a hell of an enclosure.
I've got I think it's a 20 by 50 netting that I'm gonna put over the top, and I'll attach it along the fence lines, and then I'm gonna try to figure out maybe just some PVC, but I'll put it up as a center part to kind of tin it out, and then that'll help give them plenty of room and air and everything, but yet nothing can dive down on their ass.
Yeah, then you got to bury the sides, keep shit from digging underneath it.
Well, that there already got part of the fence done, and I have a new deterrent device, and now that I'm this kind of like up front. So see, I now have we've gone out of our way, we've done this fence. So my patience level is at that fence line. If that fence didn't do it for you, then you should, and I'll probably end up put a sign on there going, this is where my patience ends right here. And you can cross that. So I have this new I have this new dog cat deterrent thing. And so who knows what happens to this stream when I do this, but because I don't know if you can do this or not, and I guess we'll find out. But yeah, I have this new little airsoft handgun, and this little dude is pretty cool. And as of right now, it has got these cool, nice little 50 caliber steel balls loaded in it.
Oh yeah.
And what makes this one pretty cool is it's not energized with the air cartridge until you slap this button. When you slap that button, it'll show an energized part out here. Other than that, this just unscrews. So it's pretty much is always ready without being ready.
And you ain't wasting it. It ain't going dead while it sits. I dig it.
So you don't have to do it till you need it. So it's kind of like you don't have to pull it till you need it.
Boy, it kind of makes you feel like a man when you slap the bottom of it too, huh?
Well, slapping that ass.
It's like slapping the charging handle on an MP5. It's just cool as shit to do it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I told the
fucking love MP5s.
And I've made people around here well aware. Dude, I would take my grandson. We'd go ride in my chair. We got these stupid ass herds of dogs that run through and shit like that. Now I ain't putting up with it. So. And it also, I think, might be helpful at, like, I don't know, a gas station if I'm riding with the missus and, somebody were to get stupid. Then I got to say, after watching Kentucky Ballistic do the little review on that, and it proceeded to crack his little ballistic dummy's skull when he shot through it, and he kind of went, oh, and it was like, yeah. So, but I'm done fucking with him. So this little pellet gun, BB gun shit's done over. Huckleberry, he's trying to avoid the question. I think he ate pound cake. No. She's right over there. She gets skittish, so she's kind of a chore to pick up. Now, little old Jelly in there, Jam there, she likes it. I can hold her right here. She'll sit right here. Some days I'm just sitting here reading something, and I'll have her. She's gotten to where she'll just kind of chill.
Petting the chicken?
Yeah. Petting the chicken. But it's a hen, so I can't say I was stroking my coffee.
Yeah. That's where I was going to go with it until you kept saying her, and I was like,
yeah.
He's done ruined it. He's done said her 3 or 4 times. And...
Right.
Yeah. I popped the top and the bottom lock on those French doors.
Yeah. When he kept saying her, it ruined the joke. Darn it.
Yeah. Lost my opportunity to say cock.
Well, you rebounded well.
Gonna
be a cat with a sore ass. Oh no, kiss off. That won't be a cat with a sore ass, that's for sure. That would be a cat that I don't
just
know,
lost a life.
You just add it to the compost pile, or
right. With those airsoft, like it also depends on like the feet per second too. If it's 350 FPS or more, yeah, it's done for.
Or some of those things, but they got some. I was watching dudes like hunting hogs with them. I was like, hey, I don't. It's got to be a hell of a pellet gun for me to trust my life. I mean, them pigs get kind of mean.
Dude, I don't know. I mean, I saw a review. Watched a dude with one of those pellet rifles, the newer ones, with the air canister under the barrel deal. And I was like, okay. And he didn't really surprise me. He was shot some targets. Ding, ding. Yeah, I mean, okay, cool. And then he's like, okay, let's see what it does on the 2x4. So he shot the 2x4. Sure enough, it went all the way through a 2x4. Okay, so then all of a sudden, this is where I went, what the hell just happened? So homeboy takes the 2x4 and he turns it from shooting this way to shooting long ways through the 2x4, and that damn thing shot all the way through the 2x4 widthwise. I was like,
them things really ain't all. I mean, they're an expensive toy. Some of them I've looked like the big ones like that, like well, there's some that's around like $500 that'll kind of get the job done. Not quite, that super level, but enough. I mean, $500 for a toy, bit pricey, but manageable if you really wanted to fuck around with it.
Yeah, there's one at the at Atwood's that I shop at. I call it the redneck heaven because it's got chickens, it's got feed, it's got cowboy outfits, it's got guns, it's got everything, And there's one for like $100. It's a steel BB M4 that shoots full auto.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my god!
I got a little airsoft AUG. It's airsoft. It's full auto. That thing's fun as shit.
D-Dog?
Yeah.
So if he said if your pet chicken is bad, do you choke your chicken? And no, sir, I do not abuse my chicken. I'm a
Depends
stroker,
on
not
the
a
chicken.
All right, I guess I'm gonna go find something to get into. I'll holler at y'all later. It's been fun.
Hey,
Appreciate you. What's up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's airsoft.
Yeah.
You want full auto?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a little AUG's fun. I'm taking the light people up with it. It's full auto. It's fast. Shoots a lot. I don't know how many rounds per minute, but it'll send them.
That's what the only reason I don't use it
will.
is because it's kind of like you wouldn't want to just go shoot one, in a mall somewhere, a gun. Well, shooting one of these out in the yard, dude, this bad boy got some distance. So shit travels and it ricochets and them damn little balls will bounce off of all kinds of shit. It's kind of been funny.
Yeah.
But that's all.
I'm out. We'll see y'all later.
Later, brother.
All right, Gore Pop. See ya.
Gore Pop.
Yeah, I like using because I have several. I have a steel BB Glock. I have a steel BB M4, and I like to go out there when money's tight for ammunition, and that's how I'll do my training.
Well, that's what that. So that one I just showed you, that's where it actually came from, was just as a training model because it's got all the measure, all the weight is accurate. So it's kind of The only thing is just it's airsoft and it's got that little orange tip, but everything else, that's why it's got the working folding stocks, the candy rails, everything, and it's for the exercise thing, so you can kind of get your muscle memory.
Yeah.
What it was for.
Right. Right. Yeah. And then I also have other airsoft like that.
Go ahead. Hold on, mate. Yeah. Is that the shotgun when you were talking about, Rabbit? Rabbit said, "Get the Umerix hammer. Check it out. You'll like it." And the hammer, I don't if that because Umerix is who made this pistol that I got. And but they do have this like homemade, I mean not homemade, home defense type little double barrel shotgun type deal. And I don't know I forgot what the name is, but it's the same way where you energize it and then you can literally boom and it'll. Because I gotta say, people can make fun of that, but I don't know. It depends on me.
Yeah, and then when if you want to, like I could never justify spending like thousands of dollars on it. Airsoft BB, the plastic BB for training, because I'm like, if I'm gonna spend that money, I'm gonna get a real one, But yeah, when me and my buddies get together and train, and we want to do force on force, we'll use the plastic airsoft BBs. That way we could shoot each other, but like oh shit, you got me. And I know getting shot with one of those, I never understood the airsoft cheaters because I'm like, once you get shot with one, you're like, why the hell would you want to get shot again and again and again and again and again and again? I'm like, dude, they hurt.
Oh well, yeah, that's $1,000 rifle, is what he's talking about. The hammer.
Ooh.
But see, this is the problem with it, though. It's like able to sling 3 regulated 50 cal shots per fill. So that means 3 shots per fill, and then you refill. And then 3 shots refilled. Now, it does some serious shit because it does 550 grain 50 cal slugs at 760 feet per second. So that's pretty.
That's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool shit. And if you, that's one of those, if you got the money, then there you go. That would be a cool little thing to have. Later, Savage. Make it a good day.
See you, Savage. Have a good day.
Keep your head on a swivel. If you swing by the store, pick up something. It ain't getting cheaper tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Figure we ain't gonna.
It ain't.
Now, at the best, we're gonna see is by maybe June or July next year, possibly. Mm-hmm. And that's only if things go in a very good way. Before then and now, before now and then, rather.
I'll tell you where I started getting fuel. I started getting fuel at Love's now. You know, not diesel fuel, but like gas, because I found out with my rewards card, I get 10 cents off per gallon.
There you go. Hell yeah.
So I'm like, hell yeah. And then if I could find one that's on, what the heck is that app? It's a, shit. I have it on my phone. If I could find a Love's that has it cheap, and I use the app plus my rewards, I'm getting like 20 cents off.
Hell yeah! Save it while you can.
I'm like, yeah.
Because it's going up. I feel for some of y'all when y'all talk about your gas prices. I mean, hell, they're high here as far as what we're concerned, but it's not like other areas. It's like, damn. And to know it's just one of those little cogs in the bigger wheel that they've got totally jammed up right now, you know, because you take the production side and the jobs invested in that and the people how to work with that, you know, extracting it, processing it, refining it, the whole shebang. Because it's up because we're importing the shit. But when we do that, it's people paying a price for that. It's just, hey, hopefully we're going to change it. Hopefully enough people show up, don't get scared off, don't get talked out of showing up, and we make a change.
Yeah, so I'd advise everybody, like, don't go and get the professional, like my rewards card, but the Love's rewards for the non-professional, it does the same thing. If you want 10 cents off, it costs you nothing. All you do is just, put your phone number, your name,
invest wherever you're
local, and an email address.
Well, whatever's local to you, because like I know here the missus does Brookshire's, I think it is.
No.
And so whatever's local to you, we ain't got no truck stops around here.
Yeah.
You know that. You got to go down in.
I know that. When I called you, hey, is there any truck stop? Like, you can park at the Walmart.
Yeah. There's like a gas station on 59 is like I wouldn't call it a truck stop. It's got trucks there, truck parking lot, and you can fuel a truck, but it's basically your convenience store gas station that has access for big rigs.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And then I went to, the Walmart that Rescue said. I got there and they were doing like parking lot construction. I was like, nah. Then I saw, what was it? I went over to the Lowe's over there. Yeah. I went over to the Lowe's.
The next biggest place.
Yeah. If you can't find a truck stop, that's what we usually do. We try to find a Walmart. And if we can't find a Walmart, we go for the Lowe's or a Home Depot, because they don't, like, a lot of times Walmart has problems with us because we have some jackasses that like to leave their trash out or dump their piss bottles and leave a bag of shit. They shit in the bag and they leave it right there on the. It's like, so, but Lowe's and Home Depot, they don't really bother us. They really like their truckers.
Well, that's because I think the original argument, I don't know, was down here. I don't know if this was really across, but like here, the big parking lot, because when they built that big super center, then that was all fresh ground. So they literally did everything. That wasn't like somebody else's parking lot thing. Well, they said that they didn't pour the parking lot for the big trucks. The big truck thickness of the slabs were designed to go down the right side of the building and then back to the loading docks and then to come back out. So like the rest of that, it was the thickness of the pad. And so with bigger trucks parking, it causes the cracks and shit. Now, whether that's legit, I don't really know. I remember hearing that when this one got built, because they wouldn't let nobody. Matter of fact, they even talked about putting the damn pole risers up and shit so that people couldn't pull in. But then that was the way, yeah. Matter of fact, I guess they did do that on the other end. That
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that because like there's some truck stops that like TA is Travel Centers of America, which I don't get why they pour their asphalt the way that they do, because almost every single one I've been to, you get a bunch of traffic in there of trucks, and usually you have all these potholes and you have these trench marks and everything from the heavy loads. And that's where I slipped and fell and broke my wrist. Is TA.
Oh wow. Okay, well, two things. One, Tiger says I have a Circles K reward. She gets 25 cents a gallon off. Plus, I pair it with my Upside app to get more than half off. There you go, Tiger.
Yeah, that's it. That's the Upside. Yeah. That's the damn name of it, Upside.
My son's supposed to start with TMC Trucking next month, Mayhem. He might like that Loves card. Oh, he will. And I gotta say, I don't know. It depends on, how he follows in with it. But my son did TMC, and I gotta say, it was nice trucks. It was nice. He didn't get shit on loads.
I see a lot of the TMCs. The only problem with the TMCs is they're governed at a lot. I think they're governed at like 65 miles per hour. That's the only thing that sucks about them.
He's doing flatbed. That's what my son did.
Mm-hmm.
They got let's see. Well, actually, one time he even with TMC, they had a what was that? I think it was a John Deere account, and so he hauled tractors. Before he's hauled boats with TMC, drywall a lot. Down around West Texas, coming out with drywall. And then pipe. I think that's pretty much. I don't think he really did too much of the lumber. I think he did a few of the lumber loads, but it was either pipe or drywall. He liked that drywall run. Kind of good little open road night run.
Yeah, the only thing that sucked about hauling drywall was every single one of those loads had to be tarped.
Yep.
And it had to be. You had to be very meticulous about it. Absolutely no leaks whatsoever.
Yep. It was pretty cool. Matter of fact, tell the missus we still laugh because we can be going down the road and she can look over and she'll see just at a distance the front of that truck and she'll go TMC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can recognize TMC trucks. Even before I pass them, I'm like, "Yep, there's a TMC truck right there." I can tell.
Yeah, most of them are clean. They got that cool chrome grille. Mm-hmm. What's up, Gary?
Yep. They're black, and then you can tell by the number on the back of the truck, like even before you get it, because TMC is the only one I've seen that has like that shimmery, shiny silver. They have all their numbers and decals are all shimmery, shiny silver.
Yeah, when he drove for a little while with him, matter of fact, the thing was, let's see, why did he? Yeah, I don't think he didn't. I don't remember him leaving because he was like mad. I think it was an offer, and he just decided to do something different just because he was young and makes just like everybody else that was young makes young people's decision. And so,
yeah.
he's always been responsible. I mean, he's always had a job, always paid his bills, never been behind. Not into the drugs, not into the bullshit. I mean, don't mean he's a perfect kid by any means. I mean, he's a smart ass, very arrogant little shithead. Well, big shithead, but he's responsible and he takes care of his son.
Yeah, and it's hard. It took let me see. Been driving for 13 years. Yeah, 13 years. And let's see how many trucks. Trucking companies: Central, Phoenix Metals. I worked for a guy out of Fargo, North Dakota. I worked for PGT, Celadon. So 5 trucking companies. This one would be the 6th one. And I was looking for that balance, and it's really hard to find that balance because like some people go after the paycheck, some people go after family time, some people go after, whatever it could be. And I was kind of looking for all. I was looking for good family time, good paycheck, and then when I finally found this company, I've been here 7 years. 7 years working for this company, and that should tell you that, yeah, they're really good. They're really good. They're like, they know you by name. You call them up. They're like, "Hey, what's up?" I'm like, the dispatcher. I know the owner. I could call up the owner if I wanted to, and talk to him. And he's like, he'll never be like, "Why are you calling me?" When I call dispatch, they're not like, "Oh, what's your truck number?" And then I'm home every weekend, so it's great. And then I could call them up and be like, "Hey, I got this situation at home." And they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll get that taken care of. We'll help you get home, or if you have financial problems or whatever, they're like, okay, yeah, we'll do this, and yeah, we'll give you a little loan." Yeah, and they're real good, and you can't really find that.
No, yeah, it's so easy to get pulled into some of these shithole companies because they pop up a dime a dozen too.
Yeah, and they lie to you.
Bad at ambulance services. They dig their hole so deep and then they change names.
They'll lie to you. They'll tell you, "Oh, we'll get you home every weekend.
We're gonna have you
come that weekend." They're like,
"You don't have to worry about downtime. If you won't get stuck at loads, no, we get you in and out the loads and it's like whatever."
Yeah, yeah, and most of the time when you're like, for those that are traveling down the road and they're behind a truck, right? And you see it on the trailer, you see it's like voted best trucking company, blah blah blah, or 2-time award winning. They pay for that shit. They pay for that. That's not a true award.
Right. Make it a good day, Rabbit. Tiger, make it a good day.
Hey, Rabbit. Yep.
Yeah, because I'm at 4 hours and 12 minutes, so I'm actually fixing to call it. Damn, it's already 10:15 almost.
Yeah, dang.
I need to go make me some biscuits and sausage.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I might go live later if I decide, if I got to check to see what it's like outside. If I can get outside to where I can do something, then I might while I'm working on the fence. If not,
all right,
then I might see y'all tomorrow. So either way, but I'll see y'all when I see you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, thanks for having me up here, man. I appreciate it.
You got it, Mayhem. Well, I appreciate you, buddy. And I wasn't trying to run you off. I'm just gonna go ahead and I was gonna call it, I guess.
All right. Well, you have a good one. I'll get off here, man. I'm getting into Dallas anyway. It's got to pay attention.
This is true. This is the land of the Lulus.
Yeah, it is. All right. Well, God bless you, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right, brother. Later, man. Be safe. Keep your head on a swivel.
Will do.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna call it because I gotta get some sausage and biscuits in there. Gotta change my mindset right now. And this is true, John. Don't let your dog shit fly in your neighbor's face. Definitely don't let your neighbor's dog shit fly in your face. Hey, Dusty. Well, thank you. Right. Make it a good day, Mother Cluckers. Thanks, D-Dog. Hey, y'all make it a good day. You're the one in the driver's seat. You hear me say it. I'm just going to remind you. You gotta be the one. So it's in the way you want to see it. Try to take some negative. If it gnaws on you for a minute, just close your eyes, take a moment. Find something and focus. Get up out of that shit. It'll pull you like a vacuum. Quicksand. I appreciate y'all.
I ain't here tomorrow. If the good Lord says it's my time to go, I don't see that morning sunset. There's some things I need for you to know. The truck is yours if you want it. It'll run forever if you treat it right. When you think of me on some back road, that's because I'm right there by your side. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow. Don't let life turn bitter. Don't be ashamed about your head. Take it easy on the liquor. Remember what it did to your granddad. Yeah, you're gonna get your heart broke, but a couple of tears don't make you weak. Gonna find that girl God made just for you. Knows what he's doing, wait and see. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow. Shotgun in the family, raise your babies by the book, and keep my picture in your wallet, keep your car keys on a hook. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Please don't ever forget how much I love you.
Take care, everybody. Make it a good day. Peace.